Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome to what hopefully will be a very exciting, fun, interesting stream. Here's hoping. I'm joined today by my good friend, Cleaver Bacon.
Do you see me?
I'm
in there.
You see, there goes.
Somewhere I'm hidden in this very room. Whoa!
Woo! It's like the I Spy. You got to figure out behind me where Cleaver might be hiding. You can see.
Now, there is no rule
name.
against me moving, so that's actually a very good give on where I might be, because if you see me move, then you'll know that I moved.
There you go. It's
simple science.
Anything and anyone that moves behind us is going to be the big tell on how things are going.
Now, that doesn't mean that I don't have my fair share of subterfuge. I could throw a ball.
That's right.
And you might think it's me.
Both of us are in Kansas City, Missouri. That is indeed where we all are.
This is where we all live now.
We all moved to Kansas City, Missouri, and that's just where we're hiding out.
And now we're all here.
Yeah. Also, yes, I hope once again you see I've returned to this outfit once again from the music stream. Hello, Ace, real subterfuge and mystique hours, I see. Indeed. There is, we are going to be working here with alternate timelines and that sort of stuff.
A bit of some alternate reality.
Some alternate reality, you know. You ever dig? I see. We're digging on multiverses today, and
often I like to play with string, but mostly string theory.
Ooh, interesting. So this is going to be an interesting kind of stream because it's very much a examination on a little passion project of mine, of which I have been working at this. I've been slaving away, chiseling away at this project now for, over 10 years. And that is not a joke. Day after day, alone on a hill. But the main purpose today is that I'm going to develop for you this sort of alternate timeline and sort of take an examination on my personal favorite subject, about the only subject in pop culture or anything that I would be so brash and bold enough to call myself a scholar on, and that would be on the Beatles. I have studied, researched, listened again and again and again and again to these four people, and just been through a lot of research and stuff to get all of this in its right place and its right placement.
You know what? You know what a Beatle is, huh?
I do. I mean, I know what a Beatle with an A is. I don't know much. I'll admit I don't know much about Beatles with E's. I don't know much about them. My research has failed me in that capacity. But
well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I know. Yeah.
Well, for those of you,
a thing about them.
Well, I will say this though: for those of you who may need a little bit of a refresher and a little bit of a recourse on, you helped a Faye today. Told her your name. Oh my goodness.
You know what, Allie? I'm sorry about that.
Oh, my. Well. Anyway,
hope you enjoyed your name. You can't call yourself that anymore.
Nah, it's gone.
Bye-bye, name.
Bye-bye, name.
And hello, knowledge of what the heck the Beatle is.
Yeah. So, speaking of which, for those of you who may potentially be watching today's stream and not having the superb, grandiose knowledge that a friend like I may have about this topic, I have prepared for you all today a little quick refresher on the subject that we will be discussing today. I hope you enjoy this little piece of info.
John,
Paul,
George, Stuart,
Peter,
Brian, George Martin's
Ringo.
No. Take it deep, yeah.
Beatles.
yesterday.
Take a ride.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Yoko?
Do it.
Let it be.
My knees right home. That you bring out. Got my Majesty's a pretty nice girl, but she doesn't have a lot to say.
So that, I think, covered all the bases. I think that pretty much sums up everything you need to know about that. So
It all
there.
makes sense now.
There we go. So anyway, let's talk then.
Let's
Cleaver, what's your experience? What's your knowledge of this band? What's your experience with the Beatles?
I'd say it's fairly rudimentary. I wouldn't say it's like the most basic of knowledge to it, but definitely they had an impact on me for like the first half of my young adult life. Like where I live, there's a pretty strong like love for the Beatles. Like there is a cafe very close to me called Penny Lane Cafe. It's very good. And it's a wonderland for folks in this area who really like the Beatles. If you like talk to any of the friends I had growing up, you'd know from them that I was pretty into them for a long time. I had all the albums on CD. I'm not as large a music aficionado, but I definitely had like a very strong connection to them. To the point where I'd say my singing voice very much mimics like Paul and a little bit of John at times. And yeah, early on, like my family really wanted me to be into the Beatles, but I was a little hesitant because honestly, I just didn't care that much. And as soon as they stopped trying to like force me to listen, like try their damnedest to get me to listen, that's when I started listening.
I will say I've learned in my experience that is usually the best method and the best way of getting people into things is just sort of placing it on the table and being like, here's a thing, explore it if you wish.
Yeah.
You know?
The best incentives tend to be ones where it does not feel hostile in nature. In fact, I'd say the best incentives tend to be when it feels mischievous. Which
Indeed.
I'd say that considering what we're talking about, that element is pretty pervasive in a lot of what the Beatles did. And I think that was one of the bigger things that made me enjoy them.
What, the sort of mischievousness of it?
Oh yeah, because like you hear it in a lot of songs. Just the best example I could think of would be like "Hey Bulldog." Just there's an attitude in that song that I very much enjoy because at that point they're so tired and they get to a point where they decide to just change the song.
Yeah, they knocked that one off in a day, just as like a thing to, okay, well, they're filming the Lady Madonna promo video and we need to give an extra song to this animated movie that we've paid no attention to. So let's just record this. And then Paul just starts barking and that's the song.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as Paul barked, they made a banger and I loved it.
They did. That really is the key. Sometimes all you gotta do is bark.
And you can talk to me, you know?
Yeah, and you can talk to me. If you're lonely, you can talk to me.
Yeah.
And as for okay, so...
Where to start for you?
Where to start for me? So when I actually remember this quite vividly. So I was about 3 years old, and I had heard a couple of Beatles things before. My parents had Rubber Soul, the American version of Rubber Soul, on cassette. And then just sort of, that was there as a thing that existed. And then at one point or other, it was like before like we all sat down at the dinner table, I was looking through the sort of CD cabinet that my parents had. And I was flipping through the CDs and things and just not really knowing anything about them, just looking at the cover art. And then I saw the Sgt. Pepper album cover, which, as y'all will see later on today, once you see the Sgt. Pepper album cover, for a 3-year-old mind to see the Sgt. Pepper album cover, that's a pretty striking image. It's like just a burst of colors, like whoosh. And
a lot of visual detail.
A lot of visual detail, a lot of, like blues and greens and reds and yellows and all sorts of stuff all over the picture. And I just was like, what is this about? And so I asked my parents to put on the CD. I wanted to hear it. And then Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds came on, and John Lennon's double-tracked delayed echo intro on The Girl with Kaleidoscope Eyes blew my mind wide open. There is, for me, as far as I'm concerned, there is a point of whoever I would have been before hearing that album, and then who I am now, who I've become and became after hearing that record. Like, to me, hearing Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds at the age of 3 was like the tipping off point of, okay, and now Witmer is here, and it's time to go through everything else that Whitmer's going to go through, but with this one constant. And from that point forward, I just became obsessed with this band. I just became absolutely... I bought every single book. I watched every single movie I could at the time, because this was during the days of VHS, so options were pretty limited. The main thing I did on the internet before YouTube was I would scout out websites to hear midis of songs, or to find these like really, really, really low quality 30-second like Windows media player clips of like promo videos, and I would just do this incessantly. I actually got to a point where I annoyed like the other kids at school about it, because I just would not shut the fuck up about this band. And they were like, you need to stop. And I would say no. So I wasn't popular in school. But the point in parcel being that to the point where even then I got to a point where eventually I had listened to these 13 albums so frequently that then I started scouting out books for like catalogs of very rare, like very paralegal like compilation records that would come out in like Uruguay or wherever, and like burn CD copies of those just to hear the discography in different formats and fashions. And I would play this. I had like a CD changer, like one of those old like portable CD collector things that you could just have on the fly. And I just had like 20 pages of nothing but different mixtapes of different formats and variations on how to listen to these 200 songs. And just would do it constantly. It got to the point where I would do this nonstop that the tray fell off of my portable CD player. And I would be at like the Boys and Girls Club with the CD changer on the floor, with the CD just spinning around. There's no tray keeping it there. And my finger held on the disc to keep it in a place that it could spin and the laser could read it. Like, that's how much I wore this.
That is
shit
just
out of
outright
these
called
records.
addiction.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I know what my addictions are.
Yeah.
I'm wearing a fucking, like, John Lennon Sgt. Pepper
Oh, that's
cosplay.
what that is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, I'm... You call like,
I can't keep the conceit. I did just bring up how I do like the Beatles.
Well,
Just like, I love them. What the heck are they?
well, and here's the thing. So, we've now established that when I first got into this band, I used to play their records nonstop. And I would then look for other ways to listen to their records nonstop. The thing beyond that then became, I would look in to what are other fashions and modes in which I can listen to this discography. And what I came to discover in my goings on, I discovered
In my traversals,
I found two things. Number one, I found that they had solo careers, all four of them. I think the first solo record of any Beatle I heard was John Lennon's Imagine. And from there, I heard Paul McCartney's 1987 All the Best CD. And then George Harrison's All Things Must Pass, and then I just sort of expanded on from there. But So there was that. I learned then that they had solo careers that also had plentiful amounts of hits. And also, what I suddenly happened upon was a little subsection of the Beatles fandom that was engaged in this very fun activity, this sort of, pie in the sky activity, which was taking little excerpts of the Beatles' solo careers. A little bit of this album, a little bit of this album, a little bit of this album. Putting them together on like mixtapes and making alternative discographies, fake discographies for what if the Beatles had progressed and stayed together and gone beyond Abbey Road and Let It Be. What if that had happened? And slowly, actually, this community of the Beatles fandom started to get a bit more mainstream attraction. I think probably the biggest example of people noticing this trend is in the movie Boyhood, where Ethan Hawke's character, in an episode based off of his real, genuine life, gives the main protagonist of the movie Boyhood a little mixtape that he's made of a fake Beatle album that was made in the 70s after the band breaks up, and is meant to chronicle the four members' journey from like the adolescent youth of the Beatles themselves into like becoming middle-aged and adults and going through, parenthood, divorce, all these things. It's like a big emotional, heartfelt scene in the movie, and they're on this road trip and they put on Band on the Run, and it leads into whatever. Like, this is a thing that was in a humongous Hollywood art house blockbuster or whatever thing. I know those two things are contradictory statements, but that's Boyhood.
Yeah.
But that's the movie Boyhood for you. And beyond that, and if I had been wise, I would have grabbed this before I'd gone live, but there was also a book which came out in 2010, I want to say, that was dedicated entirely to the practice of putting the Beatles back together again. And I'm going to actually, while I'm here, I'm going to look through my old catalog of video. Y'all might have heard a couple seconds of me talking ages ago there. I'm just looking for the title of the video.
Where could it be?
Where could it be?
Title it be?
Well,
I don't know
title
where
of book.
it could
Title
be.
of book.
Oh
Title
no!
of book.
Whoa! Where'd it go? Whoa.
Title of book.
Who know? I don't, but you might. Who knows?
Do. Just got it. Oh, there we go. All right, so let me briefly pull this up on stream because I can show this off. You're going to be seeing here a little bit of a screen cap of an old video I made on this exact subject. And oh no. All right, never mind. Just get rid of that. This isn't the right thing.
Yep.
Despite what you're all seeing here, I actually did try to preemptively plan out this stream, and yet I've discovered that there are some things that I did not plan for, and this is one of them.
Like, for example, me hiding somewhere within this very room.
Cleaver is somewhere in here. You have to search for her. It's going to be hard to track down where she is, but once you find her. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's...
Once you find me, you get a prize.
Here's a thing that is on my old YouTube channel, which is also now doubling as my VOD channel. And this book here, I don't know if y'all can see it. Hopefully you can. But this book right here, called Let's Put the Beatles Back Together Again, 1970 to 2010, How to Assemble and Appreciate the Second Half of the Beatles Legacy by an author named Jeff Walker. This book I got in 2010 during freshman year of high school. This is when this would have been. And I read it profusely. I think that it's a very interesting book. I think it's a bit too wrapped up in its fantasy mythos. And I think that there are bits of it that don't necessarily hold water when pegged with the sort of confines of reality. But it's definitely an interesting book to read. And it was the incentive for me deciding to go on my own passageway of putting together a fake Beatles discography after the breakup. And we are going to today, I made a video, you kind of sort of saw in the screen cap there, but I did make a video on this exact topic before in 2016, and It was viewed by some people, and the reaction to it was very, very positive, very intriguing. And then I did not touch it, and I did not do anything with it for ages and ages and ages, and then...
Just let it age in the cask.
Just let it age in the cask, and now pretty much all of the info and everything that I say in that old video and everything I talk about is now pretty much out of date info. Practically every fake album I have in that collection, everything that I've put together, everything that I did in that video is now out of date. I have a completely different new discography, different new alternate history, different new everything, and I have taken that, and this is what I'm showing to you today. Whereas the first video I did on this topic was me 5 years into this project, this is me now over 10 years into this project. And a lot has changed, a lot of albums have been updated, a lot have been rearranged, 2 new ones have been added into the discography, and beyond that even, I have gone back to the original, so revered Beatles discography of the 1960s. And I've made changes and additions to that discography as well. And we will be going over all of it today. That is the plan. The plan is to do this nice little examination over a way that I have developed in sort of learning how to better appreciate my favorite music artist. And, you know, the takeaway from this would be that maybe those of you who want to find your own ways of listening to the music you like, your own ways of engaging with it, of making it your own, of customizing it, maybe you can do that for what you want to listen to. Your favorite music, your favorite artist, your favorite everything. You know, once you've come to grips with like artistic intention and artist intentionality and the original creative's vision, and once you like sort of go like that's their vision and that's what they're doing, and we're not taking away from the grand scope of what these initial creators wanted to do, like do your own thing with it, you know. Find the like sort of, this almost reads like a doctorate thesis but much more fun to listen to. Thank you, Ace. You know, again, I honestly, I could talk about this. I talked before about how I've only considered myself a scholar for this particular topic. I once did teach a class on the Beatles when I was 13.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So anyway, let us begin this alternative. We're going to be pretty much doing a sort of semi-history lesson, semi-alternative history lesson on the Beatles by doing a look over their discography. Now, for obvious reasons, because of Twitch, terms of service, and copyright, and blah, 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 I can't play any music, which is a shame.
And that's why I'm here.
Yeah, it's a shame. Can't play anything from the records. I can't, none. What you're gonna be getting out of this stream is essentially a very deluxe slideshow. If you are interested in hearing anything that I am discussing, that I'm going to be talking about, that I'm going to be sharing with all of you, I would highly recommend that you check out my Spotify page, where I have playlists dedicated to pretty much everything we're going to be discussing, and I'll even drop a link to my Spotify page in chat right there.
Link drop.
And
Link drop.
Pop, there it is.
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah.
There it goes. There it is.
Link drop.
So I'd say go check out that if you want the actual audio representation of what you're going to be hearing. And mind you, Spotify has its own limits too. It's got some albums and songs available, some not available. So that's the deal with that. But beyond that, let us now get into the actual main gist of what we're getting at here. So, and I'm going to frame this as me just talking about it to Cleaver, but I'm also talking about it with all of you here in chat. So, let us begin with just John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison meet in Liverpool, England in the mid-1950s. They're all teenagers and they're all in love with early rock and roll. And potentially each other. But they all have a shared love of Elvis, of Little Richard, of Fats Domino, of Jerry Lee Lewis, of Buddy Holly, and of a skiffle musician named Lonnie Donegan. In fact, most of the British post-war youth have a love for this music, which is going to have dramatic repercussions over the next 10 years, but focused in on just these three guys right now. They make their little high school band called the Quarrymen. They become a lot of different groups over the years before becoming a group called the Beatles. They meet up with a bass player friend of John's who isn't really a bass player, just an art student, but they need a bass player. His name's Stuart Sutcliffe. They get a drummer who's just local that they know called Pete Best. They go to Hamburg, Germany, and cut their teeth playing 8-hour-long sets every single night in the bars of Hamburg, Germany. Mm-hmm. And then they come back.
There's a lot of fun little things about that, too, considering... Just as a little tangent there, considering George's age at the time.
Oh, yeah, he was 17.
So yeah, playing at bars.
Playing in bars, yeah, which later gets him deported, but
just a little bit.
Then, while they're in Hamburg, they cut, without Stuart, he was just vibing. But while they're in Hamburg, they cut a couple of singles and songs backing this guy called Tony Sheridan. And in doing so, a single is pressed for this like rock and roll redoing of the old folk song My Bonnie. It doesn't do much on the charts, but then when the Beatles come back to England from Hamburg and start developing a little local following at little clubs like the Cavern Club, then people start looking for, where's this record that like the Beatles actually made, and they don't know where to find it. A kid goes into a local record store, asks the manager of the store, hey, where's this record? Can I get a copy of it? Manager of the store doesn't know where to find it. He goes to the Cavern to go ask the Beatles, like, hey, do you know where I can get this record? He turns out to be Brian Epstein. He likes the group so much he decides, I'm going to manage you. He gets them a record audition with a label called Decca Records, and they do an audition, and the A&R person turns them down and says the famous last words, guitar groups are on their way out, Mr. Epstein. And so... And so, Decca passes on the Beatles. And it's in this precise moment that we get the first fake album of the new Beatles discography. See, what I decided to do is... because the Beatles Decca audition contains a lot of songs that they never cut again, and they just recorded for this audition and never released anywhere else until the Anthology Project decades later, or just on a couple of selected live sets on BBC Radio. Here is now my new first Beatles album, The Savage Young Beatles, recorded from June 1961 through to January 1962. This is comprised mainly of the Beatles' Decca audition with a couple of the songs that they cut in Hamburg, minus Tony Sheridan. So that's where we get the first semi-major Beatles hit single in Ain't She Sweet, a cover of an old jazz standard that makes it up to like number 11, but only after the Beatles become popular in America. And also has a couple early stabs at Lennon-McCartney songwriting in tracks such as Like Dreamers Do, Love of the Loved, and Hello Little Girl. This is, for all intents and purposes, the closest you get to hearing the Beatles as they were when they were first starting out. It's also the only Beatles record that doesn't have Ringo on it. And listening to this album, I can say definitively for all those people who think that Pete Best was the greatest thing ever and Ringo Starr unfairly stole the spotlight away from him. I think if they listened...
Pete Best was aptly named, apparently, according to these people.
I will say, I think if they listened to the tapes of the Decca audition and some of the stuff they recorded in Hamburg, these people would shut the fuck up. because Pete Best as a drummer is incredibly stiff. And listening to these early tapes of this band, you can tell that they are very nervous behind the mic, and they are missing a very key component, which is Ringo Starr's distinctive lackadaisical swing behind the drum set. And once he comes in, even though they're going to be like sort of doing... Like, even though Ringo's going to get a reputation as just a basic timekeeper from, like, this point forward onwards, the fact of the matter is that Ringo is, like, very underrated for the amount of, like, very low-key, subtle swing and soul he gives the drum beat from this point forward. Pete Best is strictly a stiff timekeeper, and it's noticeable. But, at the very least, it's a very interesting... It's a very interesting documentary-esque outlook on where the Beatles were when they were just a cover band doing the local rounds in pubs and clubs around Germany and England, specifically Liverpool. And then, so in this alternate dimension, Brian pretty much makes this self-published record to help sell product at the record store and also try to help shop the Beatles around for a record contract. Eventually, by August 1962, he strikes up a deal with George Martin, who is a producer at EMI and also the head of A&R at Parlophone Records. And so basically he says, look, I'll give him an audition, see how it sounds. They do an audition. He goes, I don't like your drummer. They don't like the drummer either. They get rid of Pete Best. They hire up Ringo. They start recording some singles, and the singles start doing very well on the local charts, and they start getting some buzz around England, which leads to 1963 and the first official Beatles recording. This is not a recorded stream, Buttered Toaded. I'm just talking. I'm sorry if I'm not reading chat enough for you. I'm just on a roll right now. But anyway. Yeah.
We'll get the chat stuff between bits here.
We'll get the chat stuff between bits. But for the moment, what I'm saying is that, so then, after Savage and Beatles comes the second album, which is also sort of the Beatles' first real official album, Please Please Me, which is famously mostly recorded in a day. I didn't change much with this album, except for one crucial difference, which is that I removed the cover of A Taste of Honey and replaced it with From Me to You, which was recorded about a month after the bulk of Please Please Me, but certainly I think fits the mood better. I like the Taste of Honey song, and I think it's an okay recording, but it's definitely, I think, sort of the most awkward part of an album, which has a lot of awkward parts to it. There's still definitely a band on the make on Please Please Me, I would say. And there's certainly bits of this album which are of a time and place, which is the early 1960s. Like, Do You Want to Know a Secret is a very, very early 60s, like, showbiz kind of pop song. But simultaneous to that, you know, there's a lot of good promise on this record, and it definitely sets the stage for the records which will come after. You have any thoughts on... I'm assuming you've heard Please Please Me before, right, Cleaver?
Mm-hmm. Please Please Me was a very good one.
Mm.
The most minimal of answers.
It's fair. It's definitely... it's definitely a record that's just like, yeah, this is a starting off point.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of songs on the album itself that I had heard in passing. Like, there's just a lot there that, like, if you ever go to, like, a nice, old-timey type of diner that's, like, trying to lean hard into its 50s and 60s aesthetic, they'll usually have some of Please Please Me's, you know, choice hits in there, for sure.
Mm. Definitely, it's an album that loves itself to harmonica.
Oh, yeah. They really... just could not put that thing down in the beginning, I've noticed.
They could not. It's between Love Me Do, Please Please Me, and From Me to You, and like
and like
else.
Twisted Shout's on there. That's a pretty easy one.
Twisted Shout's on there too. It's a cover, but that's one hell of a cover, you know.
It really is.
To the point where I think some people actually think that Twist and Shout is a Beatles song and not an Isley Brothers song.
Yeah.
which there's a lot to be said about that. But like it's still it's its own case on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So Please Please Me comes out early '63. Beatlemania starts bubbling on the rise in Britain. A couple months later, we get With the Beatles, which is recorded over the course of the summer and autumn of 1963 in between different tour dates for the Beatles. Now, this album I've definitely rearranged a lot. I took off some of the more dodgy covers that are on there, and some of the dodgy originals too. Like Little Child is no longer on there. Hold Me Tight's no longer on there. Devil in Her Heart is no longer on there.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That one's a little hard for me to listen to sometimes.
It's rough goings. It's just very clunky. So instead, what we have here is a track listing where we have It Won't Be Long, All I've Got to Do, All My Loving, Don't Bother Me. That's like the first 4 tracks are the same. Then I replaced Little Child with Please Mr. Postman. Had to keep on the cover of Till There Was You, because Till There Was You.
That was such a good cover.
Very good cover, and very important
I was singing to that like on my way back home today.
It's actually, I think people overlook how important it was that they had Till There Was You in their repertoire, because that song and them covering it was perfect for selling the band to parents of the teenagers that they were appealing to. It was like, yeah, we write our own songs and we do a lot of Motown covers and girl group covers, but like also we can do show tunes. We can do a little song from the Music Man for your mom and dad and granddad to like.
Yeah.
Then a humongous important thing, side 1 ends with I Want to Hold Your Hand, which
strong move.
Strong move. There is a underlying thing which we will see going forward with most of these redos of the original classic albums, which is that the Beatles had a habit. This was a policy they employed, and not only them, but a lot of the British invasion groups in their home country at least had a policy of, we do not put the singles on the album. The singles are the singles, the album is the album. Never the twain do meet, or else we are ripping off the record buying public because they're rebuying these albums for songs they already have. This was not the case anywhere else in the world, particularly not the case in America, which is why then Capitol Records would like reshuffle these albums all the time and put the singles on anyway and lop off other songs. Which is why, actually, Rolling Stone magazine famously put on the American version of this album, which is called Meet the Beatles. They put that on their 500 greatest albums of all time and not the original British version. Because they were like, putting I Want to Hold Your Hand on there makes it a much better album. And I agree. Simultaneous to that, side 2 opens with She Loves You.
Yeah.
So that's on there now. And then we get Roll Over Beethoven, You Really Gotta Hold on Me. Add on the B-side to I Want to Hold Your Hand, This Boy, to show off the harmonies and the acoustic soul. Ringo gets I Want to Be Your Man, Not a Second Time, and we close with Money, That's What I Want. And with this album, we get basically this is the record that will launch Beatlemania in the States. Because it's going to come out on Capitol, and then the Beatles are going to go on the Ed Sullivan Show a couple months later, and then whole new kind of pop culture is going to happen.
Yeah. I do want to say, just because I always feel like it just needs its due, Money is also a really good cover, actually.
Money is a very good cover. The Barrett Strong original Motown one is very good, too, but...
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not going to lie, it's not the best cover. It's
No.
It has better credit than I imagine most folks give it.
But definitely, like, by getting rid of some of, like, the dodgier originals and dodgier covers and putting on, in particular, She Loves You and I Want to Hold Your Hand, there is a bit more of, like, a frenetic energy that comes out on With the Beatles than exists in Please Please Me, which is better than Savage Young Beatles, but it's still pretty stiff. The band are still kind of finding their way through the studio. By the time we hit With the Beatles,
breaking that mold.
Yeah, by the time we hit With the Beatles, they're definitely getting their footing, and they're definitely getting the impression of what they're doing as a band.
Climbing Olympus
which
together.
primes
with
the
some
stage, which
great banter.
which readies the stage, by the way. Putting on "I Want to Hold Your Hand" and "She Loves You" primes the stage for then the Lennon and McCartney songwriting team to take full flourish on the next album, "A Hard Day's Night," which is recorded between January and June of 1964, pretty much the whole first half of 64. This is originally an album commissioned as the soundtrack to their first movie, which is a very interesting movie. Comparative to other rock movies that were made during the 50s and early 60s, Hard Day's Night is like an artistic masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's not one of my favorite movies ever, and I would argue it's not even my favorite Beatles movie. But if you compare it to some of the stuff that Elvis was churning out at the time, and all those beach movies of these kids, sort of dancing in their bikinis on this for beach, and the Beach Boys showing up in their striped shirts. Serving USA, all that stuff. For Hard Day's Night to be this very slow, documentary-esque, black and white, European new wave kind of movie is just something else. And also we get the introduction of the 12-string Rickenbacker sound from George Harrison, which is then later going to lay the groundwork for the folk rock revolution that's going to happen with groups like the Byrds and the Mamas and the Papas, and sort of the beginning of the intellectualization of pop music into something that can say more than just the basic love song structure. Starts, I think, with what Hard Day's Night delivers musically. The intellectualization and the scholarly beginnings of what will then later be deemed of as the golden age of rock music is going to occur when people start taking the musical sound of Hard Day's Night with the lyrical density of Bob Dylan and turning it into its own thing, a serious art form. Now, changes I made to Hard Day's Night. Side 1 is exactly the same. It's the songs from the movie. Side 2 is where I start bolstering things up a bit. The original credit people give Hard Day's Night is that it's the first Beatles album that's purely Lennon-McCartney. Actually, it's the only Beatles album that's nothing but Lennon-McCartney compositions. And I would commend it highly for that if I thought that every Lennon-McCartney composition on that album is good. But I don't, and that's why Side 2 opens with the cover of Long Tall Sally, which was recorded around the same time. Put I'll Cry Instead on there, Things We Said Today. The EP-only track, I Call Your Name, replaces When I Get Home. I think that's a change for the better. You Can't Do That is placed on there. Ringo is allowed a vocal slot on the album, which he doesn't have originally, with the cover of the Carl Perkins song Matchbox, and then we close with I'll Be Back. So that's my version of Hard Day's Night. You any thoughts you have on Hard Day's Night, Cleaver?
In terms of the actual movie itself, there are quite a few things I could say. Just some quick things, though. Honestly, one of my favorites when it comes to the dialogue, there's just a lot of wit and charm that goes into that movie. It's very self-aware in what it's doing. While I can't speak to the full, factual sides of things, I love the aspect of the choice and casting specifically for Paul's grandfather.
Oh, Wilfred Bramble.
Yes, because at the time he was most known for a show that he was on where, his counterpart's catchphrase to him was basically, "Oh, you dirty old man."
Mm-hmm.
And I love how they played into that with the movie, and that was one of the best running jokes of it. Just, oh yes, he's very clean.
Very clean.
They just play to that well, and it leads to a very minor payoff. I say minor because, at one point they do call him a dirty old man. Just really leaning into that bit.
I know they definitely... there's two things. There's first out the fact that Paul's grandfather, if you pay attention, he's there slowly but surely collecting the autographs of the Beatles so he can make counterfeits and sell them on the street.
Hence the the fun like duality of being called a very clean old man.
Yeah,
It's very clean.
very clean. And then there's the second thing too, which is that line of "But I'm clean." Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's actually what I meant. Yeah. The questioning of it is what was good.
The questioning of it is
They
the closest it
didn't.
gets.
They didn't do the cheeky thing and call him dirty.
No.
They questioned his cleanness.
They question his cleanliness. Yes.
Yes. That and like the little bits of dialogue here and there. You know, I made mention of it a few days ago about this one scene where in the dressing room, and then Shake just puts on that wig, and I'm bad with character names. It's been a while since I've watched it.
And Norm says, "Shake, take that
Norm-
wig off. It suits you."
Yeah, I just love the charm of that. It's a very good delivery. It's very British in how comedy was at the time.
Oh, yes,
there was
indeed.
just a very good essence of a slight sarcastic, but with a bit of
Absurd.
absurd. Yeah,
It's that.
It's very good.
It's that in between of.
Yeah. Hey, Mister, can we have our ball back?
Yeah, it's that in between of the Goons and then Monty Python with a little bit of Beyond the Fringe in there as well.
Yeah, very, very much a good emphasis on the absurdity of it.
So then,
So I reminded myself of the train scene as well, with the old man who comes into the train car, as well.
I fought the war.
Sorry, I'm
for
just
you.
gonna like
No,
slowly
no.
telecast the whole scenes.
Don't take that tone with me, young man. I fought the war for your sort. I bet you're sorry you won.
Give us a kiss.
Yeah.
John was on so many great levels in that movie.
Yes, there's a very subtle joke he does during the train scene. If you pay attention, when Norm first comes in, he's got a little bottle of Coke of him, and this is 1964. He starts doing this. He takes a bottle of Coke and starts sniffing it.
Yes.
Like, this is before cocaine's even going to be the big rock and roll thing. It's just he's already in 1964 making a joke about sniffing Coke.
that Coke.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and in terms of the album, it's just a great one to listen to. It really is.
I think of the early Beatles stuff. If you want, for me, what is the peak of early Beatles? Like the first 5 albums when they are the boy band pop group. I think Hard Day's Night is probably the best one to go
just
with.
by definition, I'd say. Because, it helps that, a good majority of the songs I think of when I think of early Beatles were in this movie. Mm-hmm. I hear A Hard Day's Night, I think early Beatles. I hear I Should Have Known Better, I will think the Beatles, very early on. I think of Screaming Girls and all that. Mm-hmm. Pretty much looking at the list of songs now, I'd say up until Long Tall Sally, I just think of a crowd of Screaming Girls.
That's fair. It is actually.
I think of Beatlemania.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually with the rearrangement I did on this record. It does actually kind of fall. The album now kind of falls into 2 slots, which is that you have the Beatlemania of side 1, which is all the songs from the movie, and then you get the start of the growing maturity, because with the song, Things We Said Today is a very kind of adult lyric and minor key song. I'll Be Back is a very minor key song. I Call Your Name is, it's an older track, but it's got its own kind of it's the start of Lennon's insecurity in his lyrics. There's a lot of stuff. To me, side 2 is the beginnings of the Beatles' maturity. That is it's the opening seeds it's the planting seeds of their growing maturity, which will then continue to sit for a bit as we then get into Beatles for Sale, which is recorded in 2 months from August to October of 1964 after the Beatles' first proper tour of America, I should say. This is usually viewed of, in terms of the Beatles' discography, Beatles for Sale is usually viewed of as their weakest effort. I think maybe outside of the Yellow Submarine album, since it's half Beatles and half George Martin Orchestra. But in terms of the original British album discography, I usually think people kind of view Beatles for Sale as the weakest of the selection.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'd say a lot of folks sleep on it.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree that it's the weakest of their albums. I definitely think it's the one that they sound the most tired on, and it would be very understandable considering how they had filmed a movie, toured all across the globe, and just like recorded 2 albums and like 4 singles all within the span of like 12 months. They had a lot on their plate, so there's definitely like a vibe of tiredness and world weariness going on. And you can kind of see it too in the album cover. Those faces are no longer smiling. They are
they very much give a vibe of like, fuck do you want?
Yeah.
We're just on a walk. Don't turn this into an album cover.
Oh no.
No, don't turn me into a marketable plushie, no.
I mean, literally, there's a slight low-key cynicism. I mean, the album is literally called Beatles for Sale. Like,
you could really see it in George's face there, I feel.
Yeah.
It could just be the slight compression that Discord gives me. But yeah, I see it there.
There's definitely like a low-key vibe of now this isn't as much fun anymore. It also is potentially, if I have my timeline correct, it's the start of the introduction of marijuana into the mix. Definitely, it's the first album they make after meeting Bob Dylan and becoming immensely infatuated with him. And his influence is definitely felt in the switch in lyrical direction. This isn't like very happy-go-lucky album. The opening salvo, the opening trio of Lennon tracks of No Reply, I'm a Loser, and Babies in Black is just very, very bleak, insecure stuff.
Yeah.
And Paul lightens the mood a little bit with songs like I'll Follow the Sun. But even he's kind of like, and he also writes the bulk of Every Little Thing, and of course, the big hit off the album 8 Days a Week, which is like commenting on the Beatles' busy work schedule, but still taking it from a more like, it's still kind of fun attitude. But even Paul has his moments of like bitterness on a song like What You're Doing. But also then we hear the beginnings of the kind of deepening dimensions of the Beatles sound. There's like timpanies on this album. There's a lot more piano. There's like all sorts of like stuff going on. There's like organs and things. It's getting beyond just the basic level of 2 guitars, bass, and drums. It's definitely some extra textures are being added into the mix. Now, in terms of changes I made to this album, I got rid of Mr. Moonlight, and I got rid of the cover of Words of Love, and replaced those 2 with I Feel Fine and She's a Woman, which I think is, all in all, definitely a little bit of a boost. I think no one's going to weep too many tears about Mr. Moonlight being removed.
Yeah. Every time I think of that song, I do think about just, Mr. Moonlight. The tone of it. I do think of John's incredible scream at the beginning there.
And from your beam, you made my dream. He's just like going for it. So I removed that song and replaced it with I Feel Fine, which has got that great opening bit of feedback from the bass and guitar.
I've been listening to I Feel Fine this whole time. It's just such a good sound.
Such a great sound.
Yeah, and going into 8 days a week now.
Yeah, I know. And then replacing Words of Love with She's a Woman. I mean, like, She's a Woman's got a funking groove to it, you know?
Yeah.
I kind of... It's a bit stiff, admittedly, but I think it's of the... Well, maybe outside of I'll Follow the Sun, I think it was definitely one of the stronger efforts that Paul delivered on this record.
Yeah. I'd say that of the songs on Beatles for Sale, I'd say I'll Follow the Sun is probably one of my favorites.
It seems to be the one that now people are going back to and being like, this is the like really juicy deep cut. And I agree to it, you know.
Yeah,
I've always been partial to Every Little Thing, and I don't want to spoil the party.
Yeah, actually, I really liked What You're Doing. I just like the beat of it.
It is one of those records that, like, people go, it's not that huge in their development, but then, like, they go back to individual statements and they go, oh, but that's good. Oh, and that's good, too. Like, it's definitely...
Like, Rock and Roll Music is a good cover right there.
It is. it's a grower. It's probably their most of a grower album, I would say. It takes
there's
some listens.
seeds for success here.
There's seeds for success. Now,
Yeah. Before we move on to the next album, I'd suggest maybe addressing that question if we haven't already.
which one?
From Buttered Toaded, what does Aleister Crowley have to do with the Beatles?
Nothing, as far as I know. I mean, the biggest connection I have to the Beatles and Aleister Crowley is that he's on the cover of Sgt. Pepper. And that's it. Like, I know he's one of the faces that's in the Sgt. Pepper background.
Just kind of took the face.
Just kind of took the face. But, there's a lot of people who were in and out of there. I mean, by that same token, what does Carl Jung have to do with the Beatles? What does Marlon Brando have to do with the Beatles? There's a lot of people on that album cover. That's something I don't read too much into. And as for Jimmy Page was not a member of the Beatles. Anyway,
I need to get an air horn because the rim shot's the closest thing I have to it.
So, after Beatles for Sale, so now we're getting into contentious waters. Following Beatles for Sale is an album that a lot of people say is the start of, the Beatles classic period. I actually don't like it that much. Help.
Oh, dang!
Oh, dang!
Oh, dang!
I like the movie Help. It's definitely the Beatles' most problematic movie, but I like it.
Yeah. It's both, yeah.
And
both are true.
And I get why people like Help. There's bits of Help that I think are very, very good. But I don't like this album. I think it sounds even more tired than Beatles for Sale. And I think that side 2 in particular has got a lot of bad songs on it. One I couldn't get.
Watch your step here.
Okay, so let's go over the track listing first. So, Help is recorded in February through June of 1965. It's the soundtrack to the Beatles' second movie. It's also it just continues on from Beatles for Sale. Help is a good song. I kind of agree with John Lennon's post-mortem statement where he was like, Help was a great lyric, but we cut it too fast to make it commercial. I don't know if you ever heard, Tina Turner in the 80s did a slow ballad version of Help. She turned it into a power ballad. And it actually hits on the emotional core of the lyrics a lot harder than I think the original does.
Yeah.
Because she slowed it down and because she turned it into more of an emotional plea instead of just a
Yeah. I kind of want to set myself aside and find a good catalog of songs that do that. Because the only ones I can think of are that, as well as Baby Got Back by Jonathan Colton. Those are the two, and it's wild how different the songs are. And also, I'd like to do the opposite, but the only one I can think of immediately for that is the song that He-Man sings. Yep. I can't even remember the name of it. Oh, no.
Oh, no. But getting back to the track list, so the track list is the same. Help. Night Before, I've never been too into. I think that's just kind of a filler song from Paul. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away is pretty good. I Need You.
Oh, that's a great one.
I Need You, I really like. I Need You, to me, is the start of George Harrison starting to come into his own as a songwriter. It's not one of his biggest statements, but it's a goodie. I enjoy it. Another Girl, I don't enjoy. I think that was a filler song. You're Going to Lose That Girl, I'm in between on. I like the arrangement of it, but I also think it's kind of a filler song. Ticket to Ride has got a great riff.
Ticket to Ride's great.
Ticket to Ride's great. The side 2 is where I start getting into the redoing.
Now watch your step now.
Okay, so Act Naturally stays because Act Naturally is Ringo's track.
Ringo gets one.
He always gets one.
Because he's a good boy.
He's a good boy. He gets extra song with his breakfast today. I got rid of
Right
It's Only Love. which I actually like It's Only Love, but John Lennon didn't, so I got rid of it and replaced it with Yes It Is, which is the B-side to Ticket to Ride. You Like Me Too Much, I don't enjoy. I don't like that song. It definitely feels like that's George's second song on the album, and it sounds like the work of someone who's still learning how to write songs. You disagree?
Moreover, I just missed it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I've Just Seen a Face I Moved Up in the track listing. That's a great song.
That is probably one of my favorites on the B-side.
It's good. I like it. I will say I do sort of prefer it in the context that it got when in America they pinged it onto Rubber Soul. I do think it really fits in well with Rubber Soul. But speaking of which, I got rid of Tell Me What You See.
Yeah.
And I replaced it with Wait from Rubber Soul because it actually was recorded during the Help sessions, and I think it's a better song than Tell Me What You See. Yesterday, of course, is Yesterday.
Yeah, Yesterday's gotta stay.
So much can be said about Yesterday, and it's one of those songs now I almost don't even feel the necessity to talk about because so much has been said about the song Yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Dizzy Miss Lizzy is replaced with I'm Down, which I think is for the best. Dizzy Miss Lizzy is a cover, and it's a very awkward cover. Whereas I'm Down is like a great McCartney rocker and became their concert closer. I mean, it closed them out. There's like to me, I'm Down will always be the perfect image of just like the Beatles at Shea Stadium and just getting so wrapped up with it when John's like playing the organ with his elbows and Paul's so excited he starts literally like spinning. It's like that's a great song. To me that's a stronger side to Help, I think.
Yeah. It's really good to speak about their energy when performing. They were just such energetic guys on there.
They were definitely.
On that stage.
Oh, absolutely. But then Help comes out, does its thing. The Beatles go on the first major stadium tour of any pop group ever. Shea Stadium, of course, being the big peak of that moment. Then they go back into the studio at the end of 1965, and I learned, actually, while prepping the stream, they did this in a month, which blows my mind. That they recorded this album in a month. But we get Rubber Soul in October, recorded between October and November of 65, recorded in like 3 weeks, and I think literally it was so down to the wire, because I think the last couple of tracks that they recorded for it, they like did in a rush because they were trying to hit the Christmas market. And just like... But, like, people have made albums in, like, a month and a day before, but they don't sound like Rubber Soul. Like, that blows my mind.
This one is chock-a-block full of good music.
This, to me...
Like,
yeah,
tip to toe.
Rubber Soul... The Beatles were very, very successful, and they were very, very popular on their first 5 albums. The moment when the Beatles become the band that then will be the storied band throughout all history up to now... Rubber Soul is the start of it. And, I mean, just... There's not much I changed with Rubber Soul. Drive My Car, Norwegian Wood, You Won't See Me, Nowhere Man, Think for Yourself, The Word Michelle, What Goes On Girl, I'm Looking for You in My Life. That's all exactly the same as it is on the original album. 2 changes I made. Because Wait has been pushed over to Help, I have replaced it with We Can Work It Out.
A great song.
Great song.
Great song.
And
that's one of my favorites to sing.
Indeed. And because of its weirdness, and because John Lennon later said it was the song he most regretted writing, and it's definitely I think the ugliest spot on Rubber Soul, Run for Your Life has been replaced by Day Tripper.
Just hold on, I need to find the applause button real quick because it's the best part. Hold on. It's gonna take me a while, folks. Hold on a moment while I figure this one out. Oh gosh.
You can do it,
I should have had prepared. I knew you were gonna bring it up, but like I didn't prepare it all.
Oh, you can do it, Cleaver.
Hold on. That's still the right one. Oh no!
Come on, Cleaver.
Ah!
You can do it.
Where is it? I need to
play the clips.
Do it.
I need it on. Gosh.
Close it. Wait, here it is. That's it. That was it.
Run for Your Life is gone. Replaced with.
Oh, I didn't realize I had it set to numpad 4. I could have just. There you go.
Oh well.
I could have made that so much easier for myself.
Oh, you're good.
She left in the mall. Oh, sorry. I started singing. I am listening to Norwegian Wood as we speak.
No, you're good. You know, Cleaver, I will say, because I do have my Spotify pulled up, I see you're listening along as I pull out the different albums.
Yeah, mainly just because I want to get in the vibe of each era here.
And that's good. If I could do that without Twitch banning my ass, I would.
That would be great, huh? Hey,
great.
Twitch, please.
Hey, Twitch, please. But anyway, yeah, Rubber Soul was recorded in a month and it's so good. And again, I didn't change much about Rubber Soul. I pretty much just was like, okay, Wait's been moved to Help, and Run for Your Life is so
gone, yeeted into space.
Yeah, yeeted into space.
Shot with a cannon.
Bye it goes. So
Goodbye.
That to me really, I think it presents Rubber Soul in about the best light
Ace,
it can.
you're hitting it right on the nail there, right in the head. Just drive it into the
That's
plank.
what it's about. That's what this whole stream is about.
Nailed
Ace.
to the wall.
This whole stream is about just like, okay, the songs that are not good, which the Beatles have. Let me say for the record, as someone, I can say this as someone who has listened to this discography literally hundreds of times over and over and over again. The Beatles have some bad songs.
Oh, yeah.
They are not perfect. And this sort of like retroactive critical assessment that they are the most perfect group ever that made nothing but perfect music ever is a lie and hyperbole.
Music is a minefield.
Music is a
Sometimes
minefield.
you'll step on a mine and just get blown very sky high.
And there are some Beatles songs that have dated, and there are some Beatles songs that are not good. And there will be some tracks in the future as we move forward for this that are also dated and not good. Artists are humans and are fallible. They are not gods. And
They are subject to the conditions they were brought up in and what they try to do
Absolutely.
with them.
So, to that end, Rubber Soul is recorded in a month. It does its thing. The Beatles go on their last tour of England. They don't know it's their last tour of England yet, but it's going to be their last tour of England. Then there is a 3-month gap in the history. The Beatles had made a contract with United Artists Pictures for 3 movies in 1963. They've made 2 of them, Hard Day's Night and Help. The third script...
I wonder what the third one's gonna be.
The third script has taken a while to be delivered. No one has written a script that the Beatles are happy with. They weren't necessarily happy with the script for Help either. They thought it was kind of generic and hokey. But they went along with it, and hey, we got the monkeys out of that project, so there you go with that. But they're looking for a good script. There's been talk of maybe doing like a underworld crime sort of thing. There's been talk of doing like a kind of art house movie, similar to like what Nicholas Roeg will do a couple years later with Mick Jagger in the movie Performance. There's talk of a Lord of the Rings adaptation.
Yeah. Hey, who'd play who there?
I know that it was a common... let me see here. I know John wanted to be Gollum, and I think George was going to be Gandalf. And then Paul and Ringo, I think, were going to be Frodo and Sam. I think.
It makes sense. Sounds like it'd be good.
Who knows?
I'm assuming Paul would be Frodo.
I think Paul was
going off of what folks would want.
I think Paul was going to be Frodo, and Ringo would have been Sam, and then George was going to be Gandalf, and then John would have been Gollum.
Yeah, I'd love to have seen that.
That would have
specifically around that era.
Around that era, like the Mop Top Beatles doing that would have been interesting. And then
how like in the mid to late 2000s when like Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter was coming out, and like you got to see Dobby or whatever his name is, Bobby, I guess. I don't know. I didn't watch Harry Potter. And also Gollum. And there was a time... I know that I'm stealing this statement word for word, but there was a time in American media where you just went to the movies and you just saw Little Freak and loved it. And I would have loved to have seen John commit to that role. I really would have.
I think he would have had a ball with it. I think he would have had a time.
Would he rival Andy Serkis? Yeah, actually, I think so. we're not even gonna tiptoe around that. Yeah,
I mean,
I've heard this man.
yeah. Hey, ironically enough, in a couple of months, we're getting the re-edit of the Let It Be movie with Peter Jackson at the helm, so it all comes
Closest
around
we're
in
gonna
the
get.
end.
Yeah.
But think on this. There's an unspoken reality, which is that if they had made that movie, if they had made it in the time period that it would have been in, right? You know what songs would have been in this Lord of the Rings adaptation?
I want to hold your hand
Revolver.
specifically to get that ring.
Revolver comes next, recorded in April through June of 1966.
What a transition!
What a transition. I'm tempted to say that this might be potentially the greatest album of all time. I don't know if it's my favorite Beatles album. I will say this. I will forever get aggrieved when people say, oh, the Beatles were just a boy band. Not a lot of boy bands make songs like Eleanor Rigby, Tomorrow Never Knows, For No One, She Said, Here, There,
Rain.
and Every,
Rain's a good example.
Yeah, which, speaking of Rich, yeah, it was hard. This was very, very hard to do. I did make some slight adjustments to Revolver. Good Day Sunshine has been replaced with Paperback Writer.
Oh.
I know. And Dr. Robert's been replaced with Rain. Now,
The soul stone requires a soul, it seems.
it does. Here's the thing. There was a part of me that was very, very tempted to not remove anything from Revolver and just add Paperback Writer and Rain, because they're very, very, very important songs from that period and should be on the album proper. But
Good Day
here's...
Sunshine's just...
It's so good.
It's
so
such a
good.
warm song.
It's so good. But here's what I came to... Here's why I ended up having to cut things in order to keep it a little bit balanced and add those songs. And this is something that I don't think people have addressed or talked about. But if you actually look at the track listing of Revolver, it is the most democratic and collaborative Beatles album in their entire discography. Literally the pacing of it. It is George, Paul, John, George, Paul, Ringo, John. Then side 2 is Paul, John, Paul, John, George, and then Paul, John again. So if I had added anything without removing something, there would have been a moment when either Paul or John would have had 2 songs in a row. And that actually would have disrupted the flow of Revolver. Like, it is the most, equal, 4-partner record in their entire discography. And
Good collaborative efforts.
good collaborative effort. I've seen a lot of people say that Sgt. Pepper is the Beatles' artistic high watermark. I think probably Revolver takes it.
Revolver has probably one of the most evocative, album arts out there.
Oh yeah, too. I mean, look at the Klaus Vormann album artwork here.
Exactly.
I
love how well it, just encapsulates the essence of them all.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, John there.
Oh, yeah.
I love the mischievous nature that he's bringing here.
Yeah.
John's over here ha ha ha, Mom gave me the realistic human ear.
And George is staring directly into the camera yes, but Mom gave me realistic human lips.
Paul's over here I don't even care that he's got real ear. Just really trying to hide it.
And
trying to hide it.
And Ringo's looking up to Paul hey, Paul, what you think about this?
Really? I was thinking he's that's a cool bird. I might make a song about that later.
Yeah. But definitely, Revolver's
Pretty
so
free.
good. Cleaver, I do believe that this is a... Oh, yeah, I got a little copy of myself in my ear. Cleaver,
I hate it here.
I know this is... I think you've said to me before this is your favorite Beatles album. You want to gush about it for some time?
Oh, yeah. It's usually a tie between this and Rubber Soul. Just the two of them have so many songs that come to me and just live in my brain. But, the Yellow Submarine's on this one. It's very, very easy to love Yellow Submarine.
And I'll say
I will just bust out Yellow Submarine in my day-to-day life and folks who were like barely know what the Beatles are like, oh hell yeah, I'm jumping in. We all live there. And that's where we go,
and
baby.
I'll be honest, I actually, this is another slight hot take. I actually think Yellow Submarine is my least favorite part of the album, just because it's like so...
Understandable.
It sticks out, especially considering it's in between like the soft gentleness of Here, There, and Everywhere, and the literal description of an acid trip that is She Said, She Said. It sticks out like a sore thumb, and yet it is like the prime intro to the Beatles for kids.
It actually is.
It's the prime intro spot for people to be, for like kids to be like, oh, the Beatles. They listen to Yellow Submarine, they watch the Yellow Submarine movie, and then if they listen to Revolver, it's like you got Yellow Submarine, and then you got Tomorrow Never Knows.
And you also got Eleanor Rigby, which is also
Eleanor
a song
Rigby.
that really comes to...
I mean...
like, Eleanor Rigby in and of itself... Oh, I'm Only Sleeping as well.
And
That's
Only
another
Sleeping.
Great song.
You've got backwards guitar on that. If we add on Rain, we've got backwards vocals too. Float upstream. But like, did you ever see? There's like a video floating out there of like a PBS docuseries that George Martin headed up, where his son Giles is going through the multi-tracks of Tomorrow Never Knows and showing that like what they did was they had all these tape loops on the faders and they would put them up like they were doing things on a keyboard, and so the actual mix of the song is the performance. It can't be recreated because the mix and the fading in and out of the tape loops was in and of itself a live performance on a studio desk. And when I saw that, I went, holy fuck!
That is actually really cool.
And in 1966, they were doing this. And people don't do that now.
Yeah.
With the technology we have, like we've got all these keyboards and synths and like computer programs to do all this stuff. People are not like doing like, okay, I'm gonna take a loop of like seagulls and like orchestras going and like just going like I'm just gonna fade them up at random and just make them like part of this song. And then also like compositionally, it's a drone. Like the song never leaves C. It is just a meow, and then like the drum pattern is just a loop of boom, 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 doom, doom, doom. Like it is all in one chord, and then you've got John Lennon's voice coming through a Leslie speaker, so he sounds like otherworldly, and he's talking about meditation and turning off the mind, and you know, like that's a song that no one does songs like Tomorrow Never Knows. I'm not gonna be here like, oh, music in the olden days. I'm saying no one does a song like Tomorrow Never Knows. So that's why I never get on the bandwagon of people going, oh, I guess they were like the first boy band. I'm like, okay, but like, just
this blows it out the water. Six Ways to Sunday.
I'm sorry, but you know, and I'm not. That's not even like a diss at boy bands or anything, but. NSYNC were never gonna make a Tomorrow Never Knows. One Direction would never make Tomorrow Never Knows. The Backstreet Boys were never gonna make Tomorrow Never Knows. Only that band had that level of power and influence and popularity that they could go, hey, we're gonna make like the most avant-garde thing ever, but it's going to still sound like a really catchy pop song.
Oh yeah. They lean into that so well.
They lean into it so well. And then, like people say, it's like Eleanor Rigby is got... that's fair, Ace. One Direction making Tomorrow Never Knows would be something. But then, and then also, too, you have Eleanor Rigby, which is like literal chamber pop.
Yeah, as Ace said, it has a masterclass in songwriting. Speaking to it not from the aspect of writing song lyrics, because I don't have a good... like repertoire in that. I have more of a repertoire in specifically story writing. There's so many songs here that tell so many interesting stories. Like Eleanor Rigby paints a very tragic tale that is just captivating to listen to. The lyrics hold you as you listen to just this somber tale of a town that has little hope and is losing it more and more. And that just holds throughout.
And how bold, too. How bold that, like...
And somehow they do a song where everybody just lives in a boat and it's fun. I love it so much. Back at it, baby.
No, I mean, the fact that you can also have, I mean, for me, the key thing of Eleanor, two things. First off, Eleanor Rigby is 4 string players. That's a string quartet being double tracked, and it sounds like that. That's impressive on its own. But then also, like, how bold of Eleanor Rigby to be a pop song lyric that ends with the line, "No one was saved."
No one. Yeah.
They are sad at the beginning. They remain sad and dead at the end. Fuck.
Yes.
Man. That's
It's so
insane. And
it
then
is a
in the
story
same
that
album,
fully
we live in
implies
a boat.
loss.
In the same album, we live in a fucking boat under the sea.
Yep.
Like,
And like, I could talk about this with so many songs for sure. Like, well, "Got to Get You Into My Life" has a lot of great stuff to it. That's a song that I'm always down to listen to. As soon as I
Very
hear
good.
that band come in, I'm like, shit for it.
it's got the great horns on it. It's definitely Paul's tribute to like the Memphis soul scene that's coming out. That kind of Otis Redding, Wilson Pickett kind of sound.
Yeah.
It's also
And it also led to probably the best cover of it from
Wind and Fire.
Earth, Wind and Fire.
Absolutely.
Which, yeah.
I think no, they didn't do that in the Sgt. Pepper movie, but still, that's a good.
Yeah.
one.
Oh yeah. But yeah, like I could just pick apart every song in this album and be like, yeah.
It's Revolver is so good, and yet, fascinatingly enough, people it hinted at the limitations of the pop music appreciation scene in 1966. That in England it got the recognition I think it deserved. In America, kind of overshadowed by John Lennon saying the band are more popular than Jesus. And
Oh,
that
we get to
was
talk
what-
about Jesus now? Hooray, here it comes. So 2,000 years ago, some dude, he was there.
So the most I'm gonna
end.
Here's the deal with that. So the story, the tale, it's old as time. John Lennon, in an interview in March 1966, says, "Christianity will go. It will vanish and shrink. I'm right and will be proven right. We're more popular than Jesus now. I don't know which will go first, rock and roll or Christianity." They take the line, "We're more popular than Jesus now in America," and then the conservative right-wing Bible belters go, "Fuck you!" And there's a whole big deal. They go on their American tour. They go on an American tour that's pretty controversial and not fun. They get to Memphis and like the KKK are outside protesting. Someone starts lighting off firecrackers in the auditorium, and the like band actually think that someone got shot. To the point where they're like, "This sucks." And we can't even play the songs from Rubber Soul and Revolver live anyway, because they're so textured and layered. And we're going up here, just 4 people, 2 guitars, bass, and drums. And we're playing to audiences that aren't listening to us anyway, because they're too busy screaming, because we're supposed to be pop idols, happy-go-lucky, like we're still singing She Loves You. So they go, "We're done. We're doing this American tour, and then once we do this, no more. We need a break. We've been in this like celebrity whirlwind for like 3 years. We're sick of it. We need some time off. We're gonna go away for a little bit and make something later on that we can't tour behind. We're just gonna sit this out."
Take a little bit of a nap.
So while they take this little bit of a nap, EMI and Cleaver, I'm doing that now.
Sorry, I had to.
You're in mod view. You can refund your points, can't you? That's what.
Oh
this
no,
stream
it's
is.
worth it. It's
Okay.
fully worth it.
All right, cool. Anyway, so the Beatles go on their tour of the States. They're not happy. They take a break. Now, in America, nothing happens for ages and ages and ages and ages and ages. In England, EMI are freaking out because up to this point, they've been able to churn out 2 Beatles albums a year. One for the summer market and one for the Christmas market. Now the Beatles are on break, and they aren't delivering any new material for a while. So EMI are like, what do we do? So they put out a greatest hits album called A Collection of Beatles Oldies, which is, I've listened to it. it's like a sort of shorter version of the Red album, but it's pretty disjointed. It's not told in chronological order, and so it's kind of just like listening to the Red album on shuffle. It's not the greatest listen. So instead, I'm going to take the opportunity and say that what the record label are going to churn out for the Christmas season of 1966 to bide time while the Beatles work on their next record is the first live album, The Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, which is recorded at 3 different concerts between 1964 and 1965. This is the only official document of the Beatles performing live at the height of Beatlemania, and it is an interesting document to dip into. It is the Beatles themselves are definitely not the stars on this album. The audience is, because they are very clearly and evidently drowning out the band on
they
the
do a
whole tape.
little bit of a scream here, it
They
seems.
do a little bit of a scream. I'm gonna be like, yeah, if Cleaver's listening in to these records.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm gonna turn it all the way up for myself.
Yeah, so
They screaming.
they screaming hard. Here's what's fun about this. This album actually was supposed to come out in like 1964 when it was recorded, and then the technology means they couldn't, like with the technology they had in the mid-60s, they couldn't do anything to salvage the tape, so then they rejected it. Then in the mid-70s, when all the Beatlemania nostalgia was happening, George Martin did what he could and put out the vinyl album. Then it remained out of print for decades and decades and decades and decades until finally, in like a couple of years ago in 2016, in conjunction with that 8 Days a Week documentary that Ron Howard made, Giles Martin like had to do some digital like maneuvering of like trying to figure out how to semi sort of lower the audience volume so the Beatles could be heard. But the fact that this album has been like the only official Beatles live document, and it has been shelved and re-released and gone out of print so often because everyone involved are like, we can't hear them. All we can hear are people screaming. Says a lot about the general quality of the tape in and of itself. I would say next to Hard Day's Night, if you want a good estimation of what Beatlemania sounded like, this live album is about as good as you can do. But from that point, we then get into the next era of the Beatles, the fabled Act 2, the big like string of records which are going to be the things that make them like the big talk of the town for way longer than they ever expected to. Which I feel already kind of began with Rubber Soul and Revolver, but now it really begins. And it begins with Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which is recorded from November 1966 to April 1967, the longest amount of time the Beatles have spent recording an album up to this point. Now, there's much to be said about this album. This might be perhaps my biggest hot take of the night, though I don't know if it is or not.
Oh shit, where it comes.
I think Sgt. Pepper is overrated.
Oh, dang!
And I say that, remember, I say that knowing that Sgt. Pepper is the album that got me into the Beatles in the first place. But I think it's very overrated. I think there's too much, I know. I think there's too much McCartney on it. There's too much filler on it. There's not enough George, and John didn't give it his A game for most of it. It's definitely, to me, it's a Paul McCartney album with John, George, and Ringo on it. But it is at its base level a Paul McCartney album.
To be fair to Paul, though, they are some good Paul songs.
Oh, and they're very good Paul songs. And if Sgt. Pepper to Paul is like his grand masterpiece, I can understand why. Because he's got on there the title track, Getting Better, which is potentially like one of the most finest, while simultaneously, it's definitely, I think Getting Better is one of the finest marriages of Lennon anger lyrics with Paul McCartney sunny, optimistic pop tune.
Yeah, it really blends.
Yeah. You've got She's Leaving Home, which is like sort of the grand follow-up to Eleanor Rigby, about like a true life tale of a kid running away from her parents.
Yeah. And there's a hint of optimism, albeit like blindly optimistic. Just right at the end there. Mm-hmm. Because she's having fun.
She's having fun. Actually, I could, if I wanted to go off on a tangent, Paul actually did meet the girl from She's Leaving Home before she left home.
Dang.
There's a clip floating around in the ether of like a British pop show called Ready Steady Go, and they're doing like a teenage dance competition, and Paul's the judge, and he votes for the girl who's eventually going to be the inspiration for She's Leaving Home. And neither of them know it yet, but that's what's going to happen. It's wild that exists.
Yeah.
But it's out there.
Speaking of knowing and not knowing, I wanted to address this at some point because I know it's a bit more of a tangent, but I feel like it's a necessary one just because it's so prevalent in like folks who talk about the Beatles. Mm-hmm. Was this around the time period where Paul was in the crash?
Supposedly, this is the first album made with the fake Paul. Because November 1966 is when they recorded Strawberry Fields and When I'm 64 and Penny Lane. And so that would have timed up in the theory right when Paul gets into his crash. So,
and we could go on and on about that. There's a lot that could be said about it. I don't know if there's more than what I could think about between the both of us, but I know a good resource that I could suggest if you want to learn more about specifically that, and also to not like get too deep into the weeds on that.
Ace is speaking the truth. Fake Paul theory overrated. Fake Avril Lavigne theory much more fun. I've seen that
agree.
one. That one's the good one.
I was just going to like refer folks to the Quentin Reviews video.
Yeah, Quentin made a good video on it, and he talked about both like the different elements of the Paul is dead theory, plus also the ramifications it has in the larger, grander scope of the universe. And and
just a very, very good one.
And it is a good video. If y'all haven't seen the Quentin Reviews video on the Paul is dead theory, it's pretty good.
I think I will go ahead and link that. I ask that you don't leave, but here it is.
Yeah,
if you want to.
Yeah, you can.
As a nice little thing after.
Yeah. Copy that in and do what thou wilt with it.
Feel free to tell folks over there, hey, we were sent by Witmer and Cleaver.
Yeah. Bless you.
Big sneeze.
But basically, in terms of like what changes do I make to Sgt. Pepper, which ooh.
I see a few things here.
So a couple major changes I made. First things first, this was recorded during the sessions, was left off the album. I think it's a big mistake they left it off. I added only a Northern song from the El Submarine soundtrack because without it, George Harrison has only one song on the album, and that is pretty egregious to me.
Yeah. Also, despite the fact that it is a song that I would say might have an acquired taste to it, it is one of the strongest songs in this period for me. I really like Only a Northern Song.
It's very good, and that plays into me like it helps. I think make its inclusion makes this more of a Beatles effort because George has more of a say. It's interesting if you look at the interviews that the other three gave after the fact, like. Paul and George Martin always view this as like the big masterpiece. John, Ringo, and George were all like, nah, that album's kind of sucks.
That's fair.
And I can see why. Speaking of which, when I talk about too much filler, I had to battle myself out for keeping Fixing a Hole on the track listing because I think Fixing a Hole is a filler song.
Oh, dang.
But I kept it on there because future Beatle records and movies will keep referring to it. So I was like, okay, it has to stay there.
Yeah. I mean, I won't lie. It's a fun one to sing, but like, I would be fine with it just being somewhere else.
I mean, that's why if you look at it, I very intentionally placed Only a Northern Song in between Getting Better and Fixing the Hole, because without it, that's just 3 songs of Paul.
Yeah, that's a good breakup.
He just eats up side 1. That's what I talk about when I say there's too much McCartney. He just eats up a lot of the album. But then next to that, too, on side 2, I got rid of Lovely Rita, which... and then...
Yeah, honestly, I barely noticed it.
Yeah.
That was gone.
And I got rid of Good Morning, which John Lennon said was a piece of garbage, and replaced him with Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields. And in doing so, by placing him next to When I'm 64, I have sort of rearranged the concept of Sgt. Pepper as an album. Because... Sgt. Pepper gets all this clout as being like the first concept album, which, one, I don't think is the case. I think you could literally go... I think, honestly, if we want to be splitting hairs here about what is the first concept album, I honestly think you could go back to 1955 and Frank Sinatra's In the Wee Small Hours of the Morning and Songs for Swingin' Lovers. Like... those, like, sort of jazz albums of here's a collection of songs that are built around a mood. Like, I think you could make the very strong argument that the concept album existed long before Sgt. Pepper. It's just Sgt. Pepper was the first pop album. And even then, that's not even true, because jazz was pop before rock, so...
You like jazz?
You like jazz? But what I do there, Pepper's concept, too, this is actually something that I think... the Bee Gees and Peter Frampton and Robert Stigwood should have gotten a hint clue on. Sgt. Pepper doesn't even have a very strong concept. It carries through to the first 2 songs and then the reprise, and then the rest of the concept on Sgt. Pepper is just kind of assumed. You're just kind of like, yeah, okay, there's a concept here, but there isn't. It's just songs. The concept is you're sitting in a theater and you're watching a performance of different acts in Sgt. Pepper's band.
I could make the argument that being for the benefit of Mr. Kite at least feels like it could be like somewhat in the same preview. Like, if I were to make a modern day Sgt. Pepper movie, not like the one from the 70s, I imagine like I would show a Humble Beginnings being they're like the band backing up Mr. Kite. I feel like I could feel that being played into it.
That'd be very, very interesting. I think that would be intriguing. But
don't lie. I want to do that. I want to make a movie based on Sgt. Pepper now.
And I will help you.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be like... It's probably just going to be like bards. Like D&D bards.
Yeah, I mean, it works. I mean, there's definitely a Victorian era flavor to the album, which is why if the concept carries through, it's because the songs and the aesthetic of the Beatles in that time period was very much like a combo of current swinging 60s psychedelia with like sort of classic Edwardian Victorian England kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. And they really pepper that in. I didn't even think of that!
Good job.
Can I get a pog in chat?
Can we get some pogs? Get out.
Just the one, if you don't mind. You
Just-
can use mine. You can use Whitmer's.
You can use mine. You can use yours. I see Ava had her pog in there too.
Hold on a mo while I do it myself as well.
You go.
All right.
Oh, pogs.
All right, but yeah, it's peppered throughout a lot of things past this point, I'd say. I'd say the earliest feel for it I have is with Eleanor Rigby, though it's not exact, but I feel it.
It's there. I think definitely if it's there in Eleanor Rigby, it's amplified on something like She's Leaving Home.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing that I'm getting at, too, is that the big change I made in the concept of Pepper, specifically with rearranging side 2 to have Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields on it as well, is that it ties into a secondary element of the concept of Pepper, which is not just sitting in a theater watching a performance. It's a hazy look back at childhood and nostalgia. And to that end, we get the string of songs on side 2, which are coincidentally enough the first 3 songs that were recorded for the project, When I'm 64 is a song that Paul had which predated the Beatles. That was like one of the first songs he wrote. Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields are both songs about places in Liverpool that John and Paul used to hang out at when they grew up together. So there is a secondary concept that then becomes side 1 is the show half, and side 2 is the memory half. Mm-hmm. And that, to me, is what sort of makes that all blend together. But that's the changes I made to Pepper.
That brings a really good cohesion there, actually. As soon as you made that apparent, like, I saw it and I love it.
Yeah. So, Pepper...
Do we want to talk about A Day in the Life?
We can talk about A Day in the Life. What we want to talk about with A Day in the Life? A Day in the Life is a mini-suite that could potentially be the greatest moment of Paul and John collaborating together in their arc creatively.
Oh, yeah. So, I have a vague recollection of, like, the history of the song. I remember hearing it was a few songs that were merged to one.
Yeah, it's
Is
two.
that two? Yeah.
What it is that John had the opening bit of Read the News Today, and it's about stories that he was reading in the newspaper. If I include Good Morning, there's also, just on John Lennon's end, there is another concept running through, which is that John Lennon is sitting at home in suburbia, bored out of his skull, but
Understandable.
and not very happy.
You know what? That does also lead me into a good question about their personal lives that I don't think we've touched upon about this. I don't know how many folks knew that John was married for the majority of their early days here. Like, he was married well before they were famous.
Yeah, not well before, right before.
Well, right before, yeah, but you know where I'm getting.
His relationship with Cynthia Lennon is a very contentious point, which is worthy of discussion. It was a relationship that was admittedly not happy for anyone involved. And by the mid-'60s, John Lennon is definitely unhappy. He's doing a lot of acid. And if you really analyze the lyrics of the songs that he writes during the Sgt. Pepper era, it is a lot of songs that are a man stranded in suburbia, very unhappy and very bored. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds is inspired by a drawing that his son Julian brought home from school. Benefit of Mr. Kite is inspired by a poster that he bought in an antique store while the band were filming the Strawberry Fields video. Good Morning is literally just a guy in suburbia, turns on the TV, watches Meet the Wife, walks around unhappy, like no one's around. I got nothing to say, but it's okay. Like, this is a man who's definitely like, get me out of here. And then by the day in the life, he's just like reading the paper. It's very suburban, mundane things, but he's filtering them through a haze of psychedelia to make them exciting. But he's kind of just stuck in his place, and he's looking for something out. And he's going to get that within the next year. But
and I think that plays well into this retheming of this album. Because I'd say that might be the third aspect to it. Meeting this fantastical imagination with what may have inspired it in the past, and then the harsh realization of the hazy present, as Ace put it.
Yeah, which A Day in the Life is a representation of.
Yeah.
I mean, it ends on like a giant orchestra like losing its mind, and then a piano chord going boom. Like...
Sorry, I just saw your reply to my question earlier.
Oh.
Please no.
Please no. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay, cool. Well, you'd gotten this far without, so I was just like, okay, she's probably read the message.
Yeah.
But fun son to play.
Oh yeah.
So then Pepper comes out in the...
Oh, Pepper's gay?
Ha! So Sgt. Pepper is released in the in the late spring in England, late May, and right at the start of June in America. So it's primed right for the psychedelic explosion that's going to happen in America. What we then get over the next couple months is a lot of free-form recordings and ideas and things floating around. It's pretty hazy. We get the satellite TV broadcast of All You Need Is Love. We get the Beatles falling into meditation with the Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Brian Epstein, their manager, passes away at the age of 32. They start up Apple as company that they can kind of invest some money into, and they make a movie that is very weird.
Interesting.
And to that end, the next album that happens after Pepper is Magical Mystery Tour, which is an album that I have very strongly reorganized and reordered. Magical Mystery Tour is an interesting case in the Beatles' discography in that it isn't really an album. It is an EP, and then in America, it's an EP and a bunch of assorted singles that are tacked on to fill up side 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels on the lighter side of things.
It's not really meant to be the follow-up to Pepper, but that being said, the Beatles have been recording throughout the rest of 67 and the early bits of 68, and they're just kind of recording whatever they can come up with. And to that end, because I've moved Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane to Sgt. Pepper, and just getting this out of the way immediately, because I'm not doing in my discography, the Yellow Submarine album doesn't exist. I'm just getting that out of the way.
Yes.
The movie exists, but not the album. So
I understand that. They were just like, hey, I don't like the album art for this one. Just toss it.
Yeah.
Just no.
So I figured what they're.
I hope the movie doesn't look like this.
Well, I figure what they're going to do. I figure what they're going to do is they're just going to put out like Hey Bulldog and All Together Now as a single, just to be like, here's the single promoting Yellow Submarine. And then the other stuff is going to come out on Magical Mystery Tour. So what I've done is I've restructured Magical Mystery Tour to sort of follow the feeling of the way Capitol Records put together the Magical Mystery Tour album in the States, but also simultaneously kind of following the pattern that they had with Help and Hard Day's Night of side 1 is the movie songs, side 2 is the other songs. Magical Mystery Tour in this discography follows the same feeling. Side 1 is the songs from the Magical Mystery Tour movie, following the track listing of the original UK double EP that came out in December of 1967. So Magical Mystery Tour, Your Mother Should Know, I Am the Walrus, Fool on the Hill, Flying Blue Jay Way, and then Hello Goodbye at the end of side 1. Yeah. Side 2 becomes
some good stuff here.
The assorted stuff that's recorded for Yellow Submarine and the scattered songs from 67. So Lady Madonna, The Inner Light, Across the Universe, Baby You're a Rich Man, All You Need Is Love, and It's All Too Much. Now, in doing that, particularly with side 2, and particularly with the inclusion of songs like The Inner Light and Across the Universe, and It's All Too Much, to me, what Magical Mystery Tour becomes is close to a concept album in a similar way to Pepper, but not necessarily as thematically unified. But what it becomes is the Beatles' meditation album, to some degree. Because the Inner Light, in particular with the core of The Inner Light and Across the Universe, these are songs which are now cropping up and are being written after the Beatles have met the Maharishi and are getting more involved in meditation and learning from the experiences they're having through meditation and channeling that into their creativity. And that comes through on the tracks on the record. That being said, because it's such a mixture and blend of different recording techniques and different styles, it's got a very interesting sort of...
There's a lot of interesting stuff with this one, for sure.
It's a lot of interesting... It's definitely of this era, of the Beatles' studio years, late 60s era. I would say it's definitely the most lightweight album of this period. But it's still definitely a fun listen, and it's got a lot to recommend to it. It's definitely chock full of highlights.
Oh, yeah. I'd say, aside from I Am the Walrus here, I singled that one out because that one I definitely know some of the inspirations on it. There's just a lot of songs in here that I'll be very bold-faced when I say this. While I've listened to this album many a times, I've only learnt the origins of I Am the Walrus. And
Very
I'd
fair.
like to know more of all of them, because I imagine there's a lot to say about all of these.
Yeah, there's definitely a vibe to it as well. You can tell that now the Beatles are getting more influenced by their contemporaries. Like songs like let me pull this back up. Songs like It's All Too Much and to a degree I'm the Walrus. You can hear and Blue Jay Way. Actually George's songs in particular sound very influenced by their contemporaries. Because now we're in Britain in 67 and 68. Now we're seeing the rise of the British psychedelic underground. We're seeing Syd Barrett's Pink Floyd. We're seeing Cream. We're seeing The Who come out with their stuff. Hendrix has shown up and has blown everyone's mind. People didn't know you could do that with a guitar. And so what we get out of that is a lot of really spacey stuff. A lot of like sort of, let's really use feedback. Let's like get really sort of sinister and spacey and like sort of really experimental with what we can do. Let's use the Mellotron here. Let's do all this stuff. It's definitely an album that feels very inspired by the psychedelic London underground. More so than
I love how you're saying this right as I'm starting to hear I Am the Walrus. Good timing. Good timing.
But Magical Mystery Tour comes out and it's there. But it doesn't, as a follow-up to Pepper, it's sort of confused and it doesn't really offer much like sort of cohesion and clarity into, well, where are the Beatles going from here? How are they to top a record like Sgt. Pepper? And then they spend the bulk of 68 in the studio doing a great many things. A lot of stuff happens in 68. They form Apple. And what we need to establish from the groundwork right now, in this alternate timeline, and this is very, very important, Apple is a record label and a film studio. And that is it. Because in reality, what Apple also was a clothing boutique that failed, and a publishing company that failed, and an electronics division that failed. And so what Apple in our reality is the start of the Beatles trying to take control of their finances after Brian Epstein dies, and practically bankrupting themselves because they're horrible businessmen. So that is going to become a major, major, major thorn in their side, which is going to, probably bigger than anything else, play the biggest role in the breakup. So instead, we're going to pare Apple down to just being the stuff that was somewhat profitable, which is that it's a film division and it's a record label. And that record label signs up people like Mary Hopkin and gets a big hit with Those Were the Days. Signs up the Ivies, who later become Badfinger, and they're going to have a couple of hits. Signs up people like Billy Preston, and signs up James Taylor, who becomes James Taylor. And then also, we're going to see the introduction of Yoko into the fold, the introduction of Linda into the fold.
Yoko dropped.
Yoko's here!
And, there she is.
Oh, there she is.
Fun fact, she follows me on Twitter.
That is a fun fact. That's very
It's a
nice.
real fact.
It's a real fun fact.
It's fun and real.
It's fun and real.
Sorry to stop you.
No, it's good. I don't, okay, so briefly discussing Yoko and Linda. I don't play into the theory that they broke up the Beatles. I think that that's definitely written to be scapegoating women and is very biased and unwise and uneducated stance to take that Yoko and Linda played a role in breaking up the Beatles.
Yeah.
I think
I diagnose the take of them being the reason as sexism. Just to be very quick to be reductionist on it. Yeah.
yep,
It's just the sexism.
it's general sexism.
Oh, I
That's
looked under the hood. Yeah, I found so much
that's
sexism. Look.
yep. It's casual sexism, and in Yoko's case, some latent racism as well, which
Oh,
is which is perpetrated and perpetuated by a decidedly white and male rock critic community, and I don't engage in that belief system. So Yoko's going to show up, and Linda's going to show up at the tail end of the White Album sessions, and they will become part of the Beatles' creative mold because John and Paul will turn to them as like creative advice. But that's just going to be what happens. That's not going to play a role in the breakup. The big thing we have to change in terms of how do we maintain this dynamic of keeping the Beatles together is making sure that they aren't losing all their money in Apple. That's the big change. So Apple becomes just the record label and the film studio. And to that end, the first huge album to come out on Apple Records is the White Album.
Back in the USSR.
Also known as the Beatles, which is by no stretch of the imagination, this is my favorite Beatles album of all time, I would say. I think the fact that its actual name is The Beatles is very, very important. It's called the White Album because of its cover, obviously, but its real name is The Beatles, and to me that's humongously important because it plays a role in sort of establishing that not only a rebirth of the band after being the pop group and being like the psychedelic wizards, now they're going to start going back to basics and transforming themselves into a very proficient group of songwriters and musicians that will become one of the greatest rock bands ever. And I've heard some people say that it would be a great album if it was cut down a bit. I don't agree with that whatsoever.
I disagree. There's too much good here.
I think the fact that there is stuff that's all over the place and its cohesion stems from its lack of cohesion, I think is one of the defining characteristics of the album itself. That being said, there are two major changes to the White Album that I would make, which I think would improve it tremendously. First things first, instead of the acoustic version of Revolution, it's the electric version from the single. And for as much as I've grown to appreciate it through high school and college, Revolution 9 is being replaced by Hey Jude.
Whoa!
That's I think the big changeover. Instead of number 9, we get Hey Jude, which I've grown to like. Yeah, thank you, Ace.
Yeah, full on good takes.
I've grown to like Revolution 9 in an artistic sense. I think it has a mood to it. It's definitely Yoko and John and not the Beatles, but and I like it. I like its spooky quality. I think that there's an underlying... I think throughout most of the White Album, honestly, there's like an underlying hint of sinister darkness that becomes like apparent as early as Glass Onion.
Oh, yeah.
And by the time you reach Revolution 9 on the original album, you've plunged directly into the heart of that darkness.
It's funny you bring that up, too, because like I'm listening to probably the most optimistic sounding song, and which it's such a great song.
It's a great song. It's a fantastic song.
Whenever I need to feel good about like the weather and all that, whenever I want to just bring myself up and it's a nice day, I play this song and it just feels wonderful. Like every sense of my being is brought to just a nice vibrant color.
It's a fantastic album, but there is,
and Glass Onion is very much a very good way to break into that sinister vibe.
It is. It breaks into it because then you get from the like optimism and like, you know, self-love of Dear Prudence. Look at the world and look at you. You're wonderful. In comes Glass Onion, like with its weird strings and all that stuff going on, and then you get like the sort of of oobla dee oobla da, and then like Wild Honey Pie comes in, like just honey pie, you know, like that's going on, and that's on Paul. That's Paul being like, okay, and then Bungalow Bill, you know,
Bungalow Bill's just a very, very odd song for me.
Like, it's like there's like they give you the opening 1-2 of Back in USSR and Dear Prudence, and then it's like, and now we're gonna get weird, and then in comes George to be like, while my guitar gently weeps, here's the great Guitar Hero anthem to like sort of ground you in, and then Happiness is a Warm Gun comes in. I mean, I honestly, I could probably do a second stream just talking about the White Album track by track and talking about the significance and importance of everything that's on there and why it needs to stay as is. But that's not this stream. So, all that to say, the acoustic version of Revolution, while that's what John Lennon may have wanted initially, the point of the song is brought home much better through the electric version. Mm-hmm. And Hey Jude is Hey Jude.
I mean, come on. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think that, like, it... Yeah. The electric version of Revolution tears. Actually, Ace, at some point I'll show you something cool that I did with the electric version. I showed Cleaver the cool thing.
Oh yeah, your edit of it is very good.
I did something neat with the electric version, and after the stream I'll see if I can send that over to you. But Hey Jude is Hey Jude, and like it to have that be on there in place of Revolution 9 gives like the White Album this like humongous like grand finale right before Good Night comes in with its strings and Ringo crooning. But to me, that is like that was of all the changes I made to the original Beatles discography, replacing Revolution 1 with the Electric Revolution and replacing Revolution 9 with Hey Jude was like pretty simple and easy. Didn't have to bother too much with that one. So that's the White Album. Now, here comes, after the White Album, the Beatles take 1 month off.
Sorry, it's too good.
It's too good. I get it. I'm gonna keep talking as I switch gears. So
yeah, I'm gonna stop because I need to listen as we talk about it. It's so sad.
Bye, no, you're Jude. Good. I get it, Cleaver.
1 after 9:09 time, baby.
No. So here's the thing. So the Beatles take a month off, and Paul decides in that month off, here's the plan for the Beatles. Here's how I'm going to save the Beatles. The White Album brought us back to our roots. Let's go even further. Let's get back on the road. We haven't toured or played live in front of an audience since 1966, and we've grown up. The audience has grown up. If we go back out there, they're not going to be screaming anymore. Let's do it. Let's hit the road. And Paul's like, this is it. This is the answer. In fact, let's go even further. Let's make an album like we did at the start of our career. We did Please Please Me in 1 day, no overdubs, live performance the whole way through. Why don't we make an album from scratch? And we'll make it just through jams and through basic recordings, no overdubs, no layered studio tricks. We're going to make an album that's simple and just like clean, and it's gonna be the way that we feel tonight, and just like we're just gonna make an album, be total back to basics and get back on the road, and we're gonna be the Beatles again like we were when we started out. What follows is a month of very contentious recording sessions, a lot of like unspoken tension. Each member's got their own individual thing going on. John Lennon has delved into a bit of a heroin addiction, which is not doing him any favors in the group. George Harrison is on a songwriting prolific streak of writing really great stuff, And he keeps offering it to John and Paul, and they keep giving it very little attention. And so he's getting disgruntled with this. And Paul keeps going on and on about what the future of the Beatles is, what we got to do, what we got to do, what we got to do. So he's starting to sound very, very demanding to the other three. It results in a very tense month of January 1969. Yet, through all of this, they're able to actually record the bulk of their next album, even under these strange circumstances. And this is the key moment that's going to make the next half of this stream make all the sense. Because we still haven't even gotten yet to the fake albums. And this record is the linchpin on which everything hinges to make what comes after it make sense. And so, in early 1969, the White Album is followed up with Get Back, which is meant to be the grand Beatles return. Time break is here. Oh, it is. It's here. So here we get Back, which is recorded from January through April 1969. It goes through many grand permutations and is workshopped and deliberated on over many different courses. But what we get is an album which is, despite all the tension that went into it, a record which is primarily recorded live in concert, one take, done, dusted jobs. And through this, we get a track listing, and I should describe, too, the mix of what we got on this album. We got One After 909 from the Let It Be album, Dig a Pony from the Let It Be album, I've Got a Feeling from the Let It Be album, Old Brown Shoe, which is the B-side to the Ballad of John and Yoko, Don't Let Me Down, which is the B-side to Get Back, the single version of Get Back, For You Blue from Let It Be, Two of Us from Let It Be, Maggie May from Let It Be, the Ballad of John and Yoko, just the single, which is recorded after the Get Back sessions, but fits the mood and vibe of the album itself a bit better. The full-length version of Dig It, which you can hear on the Glyn Johns bootleg rough mixes of this album. The version of Dig It that goes on for like 3 minutes. And
that doesn't fade out?
That doesn't fade out. That just like is just the Beatles doing a jam for like 4 minutes straight. It's the most like absolute, we made a song out of a jam session track. Yeah. The Long and Winding Road, which is not the Spector version on Let It Be, but is a hybrid take of the version of Let It Be Naked and the original rough take that is found on Anthology 3. I Me Mine, which is the mix from Anthology 3, but doing the extended edit of the song that Spector put on Let It Be. And then the single version.
Favorite.
And then the single version of Let It Be.
Love that Leave It Be. Great song.
Love that Leave It Be. And
10 out of 10. Left it there.
Yep.
Did great.
And in doing so, that becomes the follow-up album to the White Album. Now, I will say, even under all these circumstances, people tend to go off about Let It Be and its placement in the Beatles' discography and what's the best version of it? Was the original Spector version good? Was the Paul McCartney re-edit in 2003 the best version? Was Glyn Johns like rough mixes before all of that the best version? And to which I say none of them are the best version, because the Beatles were experiencing burnout at the time, and they were, even under the best of circumstances, pretty tense with each other while they were recording it. Those aren't the best conditions to make an album. If Rubber Soul was recorded in 1 month when the band were very happy with each other, Get Back is recorded primarily in 1 month with the band at very low ebb unhappiness with each other. So it's going to be a rougher go. That does sound, Get Back does sound like an album that was recorded in 1 month. But through lots of work and doing little mixtures of things and self-made fan edits, there is, I think, what was meant to be the album as it is, the best version of that record, there available. It's also not immediately apparent on my Spotify mix because a lot of my version of Get Back is self-edited. But I've found a way, kind of, sort of, on Spotify to make it sound close to what I've got, so there you go with that. But then, after the rough goings on of the Get Back album, the Beatles go, we need to make another album pretty quickly. That was rough goings. And they call on producer George Martin. George Martin says, I'm not having...
boy, you there?
George Martin, their longtime producer since 1963, says to them, look, I have not been having fun making records with you since Sgt. Pepper. I thought Magical Mystery Tour was too fragmented. I really thought the White Album was a bit much, and Get Back was no fun at all. I'm willing to do like maybe one more album with you, but if we're gonna do one more album, you gotta let me take control of the reins, and we gotta do it like we did back in the Pepper Revolver days. And out of that, we get Abbey
good
Road.
Stuff.
We get
Some good
Abbey
stuff
Road,
if you think about it.
which I must say, I changed nothing about Abbey Road. Abbey Road is exactly the same as it is. There was not really much I could do to perfect Abbey Road. I think probably if we're splitting hairs here, about the only change I would make to Abbey Road, or I would suggest people make, is that I know people can go either way on Maxwell Silverhammer, and so if you don't like Maxwell Silverhammer, then, I don't know, replace it with the version of Come and Get It that Paul recorded during the sessions.
Yeah.
There you go.
I would like to actually talk on that a little bit.
Go ahead and talk on it. We got Abbey Road here. Now let's just talk about Abbey Road, because Abbey Road I didn't change at all. Abbey Road is exactly the same as it was before. So let's talk about this.
It is specifically Maxwell Silverhammer I want to talk about.
Okay, let's talk about it.
It has some points of contention to it. Paul was into it. The others, not so much, it sounded like.
John wasn't even on it. They recorded it without John even being there. It's just Paul, George, and Ringo on it. In fact, actually, John Lennon is on only like 75% of Abbey Road. He sat out like 25% of the album. He's not on Maxwell Silverhammer. He's not on Here Comes the Sun, which is like now everyone's favorite Beatles song. He's not on Golden Slumbers or Carry That Weight until like the vocal overdubs. Like he's missing on a fair amount of the record.
Yeah.
And yet Abbey Road is now, I think the critical turnaround for people our age and younger is that Abbey Road is their best album, which I don't fully know.
I don't hold to that.
I don't fully know if I agree with that. But
yeah.
Fake John theory.
Fake John. How did we not get to that point? Maybe John's just got like 3 impersonators all the time.
Maybe.
He's still out there. I'm taking that. Taking it now. Okay.
No, my
But yeah, no, that's curious to know. In your opinion, what do you think of Maxwell Silverhammer?
I think it's a very typical McCartney song in that it has a very great catchy pop melody that gets stuck in the head. But if we are to pick it apart lyrically, it is pretty shallow.
I do agree on that. I will say in terms of what it's trying to do, specifically telling a story, I do think that it's one of the weaker songs that tells a story. Mm-hmm. It leans a little much into its spectacle of, the fact that it's a song about a dude murdering people with hammers.
It's shock humor. It's a total shock humor.
It's
song.
very much that. And, like, to that point, like, there's not a lot of cohesion to it for that reason. Mm-hmm. Like, the start of the song makes me feel like it's a college student. The second verse feels a little odd because I wouldn't think that in college you would be punished in such a way. Mm-hmm. So as to do a Bart. And then we go to jail. Which feels right. Like, it's just that middle verse that feels a bit odd to me. But I don't think that would make a good intro.
It's an interesting dynamic. Actually, if I'm splitting hairs here, Maxwell Silverhammer is very important because it marks the first time on a Beatles song anywhere of a synthesizer. Because Abbey Road is the first and only official Beatles album that has a synthesizer on it. Because the Beatles did not get a synthesizer until the end of their career. And also, it's the most gorgeous sounding Beatles album because it's the first and only Beatles album recorded in 8-track. Because the Beatles did not get an 8-track machine until the very end of their career.
Yeah, a lot of firsts and lasts. They just really wanted to save their homework for the end.
Which is why, honestly, for me, Abbey Road, if I'm just looking at it in terms of the actual core Beatles discography, I have a love-hate relationship with Abbey Road, because while I recognize it as being gorgeous, it's a gorgeous listen. It's probably the most beautiful sounding Beatles album. It's the most deluxe, glossy sounding Beatles album. And I say that knowing Revolver and Sgt. Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour exist. But Abbey Road's got some glossy finish to it.
Yeah, that was the phrasing I was exactly going to use. There's a gloss to this album.
There's a gloss to it, and that's the work of George Martin. Absolutely, I know that to be the case. But what frustrates me about Abbey Road is that because it is officially the end of the road for the Beatles, it always frustrates me because it happens right at the precipice of the 70s coming in and being the explosion of the album. They're right on the precipice of being there for The Who's rock operas, for David Bowie's Ziggy Stardust, for Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon stuff. Like they're
For Queen.
For Queen.
For Queen.
Like, you know, for
We
Queen,
gotta get
and
Queen
for
in here for a
Elton,
sec.
and for like, they're like so on the precipice of like being there right when the album is going to become this humongous behemoth of sound, and they like, we're done right before that happens, and it always frustrates me. Ruby, make me compliment
Ruby.
myself. Well, first off, hi Ruby, and make me compliment myself. I am very passionate about the things I like, and this entire stream is evidence to that.
For example,
Just a simple frog. Just a simple frog.
you don't know how long I've been waiting to use that sound clip. The restraint.
Let me compliment myself again. Ruby! Okay, I think I've said this one before, but it remains true. I think I'm very dedicated as a friend. I definitely try to stick it out with people who are very important to me for as long as possible. And I like really care a lot about the people who are my friends, and I want to see them happy and successful and flourishing, and I will do everything I can to make that happen. That's up to my friends, of course, to tell me if that's true or not. But like that's I like to believe that. But thank you so much for being here, Ruby. Thank you for the redeems. Where was I? Okay, so anyway, my frustration with Abbey Road is that I view it as like there's so much potential that Abbey Road has for stuff that then the band never follows through on, and that always frustrates me. But now I can say, with what we're doing with the rest of this stream, that is not the case. This is definitely... This right here is the moment when... So now I'm going to give some context. Here's how this time break works. Thank you, Ace, for reminding us of the time break. I should have played the BDG clip.
Let me see if I can find that.
Yes, please. The time break. This is important. We got to get this bit in.
The time break. Oh, good. I think I found exactly that.
Go. Play.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, you have to like get the clip fully, or like
I do have to get the clip fully. I did not prepare that.
Okay, well then...
I should have.
Okay, well then here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set this up. So, the moment when the time break happens is in August of 1969, which is right when the Beatles put out Abbey Road. When they finish it, and when they do the photo shoot for the album cover, and when they do the photo shoot for what's going to be the next album cover. Mm-hmm. And...
we put that moment in stasis.
And here's what ends up happening. Two things, which are actually based in real life. There's two events which are fully accurate and true, and these are things that happened, though I'm giving them slight twists. First thing, right before Abbey Road comes out, and right as it's done mixing, a meeting is called in Apple headquarters in London, where John, Paul, and George have a sit-down meeting, and they tape it for Ringo, who's in hospital dealing with some stomach problems. And John proposes that for the way forward for the Beatles, the next album they make has to be a fully democratic 3 songs from Paul, 3 songs from John, 3 songs from George, and then maybe 2 for Ringo if he wants them. But it has to be a unified, like, 30-30-30-10 dynamic. Because what they've had going on so far has been whoever has the most songs at any given moment is the person who's dictating the album. Which is why albums like the White Album are very Lennon-focused, and albums like Abbey Road and Pepper are very Paul-focused. And in between that, you have George, who just gave the band in 1 year I'm Ye Mine, For You Blue, Old Brown Shoe, Something, and Here Comes the Sun. So George is now ready to be up there with John and Paul. But also, there's albums that are coming out that individual members like more than the others because they're getting more of their stuff on. So John proposes in this meeting, the next record we do has to be the 3 main writers, John, Paul, George, have complete equal say and equal space on the album. And because that's a 3-way split between 4 people, the extra holes, and the extra little cracks can be filled in with Ringo. That's the first thing that happens. And that's 100% based in reality. That meeting did happen, and there's a tape of it floating around somewhere that is I want to hear it. I know it exists, and I've heard excerpts from it. And so that exists. Second thing that happens, and this is where the real time break occurs.
Time break. Time. What about the time break? It's the time break.
Thank you.
I'm glad I just let that happen
I'm
rather than
glad
just
you let
warn
that
you.
happen too. No, I'm spectacularly happy. So, in August of '69, potentially September, actually, I think it's September, a rock and roll festival in Canada it happens. Because this is 1969, so Woodstock has just happened, and Altamont's going to happen in a couple months, but that's going to be sad. So, at the moment, all people know is Woodstock. And Woodstock was humongous and big, and wow, the counterculture, woo, history in the making. Canada's going to try to do their own Woodstock, but they're going to do it slightly differently. They're doing what they call a rock and roll revival festival. And the lineup is going to be Chuck Berry, Gene Vincent, like Fats Domino, and then like maybe the Doors are thrown in for good measures, like contemporary stuff. And the organizers of this festival in Toronto call up Apple offices and ask, do John and Yoko want to MC the show? We're not expecting them to perform, but do they want to be there as like sort of hosts and MCs and introduce the acts? John says, I'll do you one better. Let's go out and do this. And this is the difference. And I've heard this tape too. When they first pitched this idea to John, he just goes, the others probably aren't going to like it. We'll just go on our own. This is where the time break happens. And John, instead of... This is where the time break happens. Time break.
What about the time break?
Time. What about the time break? Instead of John just kind of going, the others probably aren't going to like it, he goes, why don't we do one better? We'll play at this festival. And he calls up Paul, George, and Ringo and says, hey, remember... Yeah, in this timeline, he actually communicates with people. Wow. So he calls up the other 3 and he says, hey, this offer just came in for this like big festival that's happening in Toronto. It's just for one night. We just go over there. We just play some songs that we know offhand. Chuck Berry is going to be there. Like Gene Vincent's going to be there. All of our heroes are going to be there performing their stuff. We can go there, meet the people who influenced us, and we can do what Paul was talking about earlier this year of hitting the road with just a simple setup, and we'll just do a little bit of like a jam session or whatever, and that will be what we do. The other three are at first apprehensive, but they kind of go, yeah, all right, let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Because we've recorded Abbey Road, and even though it wasn't like humongously wow amazing, it was still a lighter affair and a bit more collaborative than the Get Back album. So let's do it. They go to Toronto. They play this gig in front of a huge crowd of people. It's not Beatlemania. The audience actually pay attention and they listen to it. The tape turns out okay, but for the actual Beatles themselves, it's amazing. Wow, we did it. We got back on the stage. We can do it. We've rediscovered our purpose and why we're here. With this new life into us, we can do this now. We still got our own little personal quibbles with each other, but we can find a way to make this work. Maybe if we do that idea that John was talking about in the meeting of it being 30-30-30-10, then maybe that's the way forward. But we need to change things up. What we've been doing so far has been getting stale, and we need a change of pace. And George Martin isn't really interested in working with us, so do we know any sort of producers and people that we could turn to and work with, and maybe they'd be more accommodating for our like more kind of stripped back sound that we want to do, because we're not really interested in doing more Abbey Road sort of stuff. Who do we know? Who do we know that's like a mutual producer that's like got a pretty good pedigree behind them, and we feel comfortable like turning to them to help facilitate this next album?
Wonder who this is.
So they call up Phil Spector, who's not a fantastic human being, but he made some hits, and he's been friendly with George and John. So we're gonna make a new album, and it's going to be a stripped back affair, and we're going to bring in Phil Spector to man the helm. And to the Beatles' credit, they put Spector on a leash. The man is known for many things, but in purely commercial senses, he's known for his wall of sound. He's known for making these classic 60s singles with the Ronettes and the Crystals and Darlene Love and these like very boom, and the Righteous Brothers, like He's a Rebel, Be My Baby, You've Lost That Loving Feeling. Those songs that like in the early 60s would boom out of the AM radio and just be like wash over you with like this whoa thing. And I would agree, some of those records still hold up. Like that Ronettes album is that's good. If you're into girl group pop, the Ronettes presenting the Ronettes album is pretty good. There's some good stuff on there. But he's being helmed mainly as a quality control person, not really to be doing his wall of sound trademark thing. He's there to be like, we got a bunch of songs, what do you think, what's the best cream of the crop? And from that we get It Don't Come Easy, which is recorded over the course of a year from December 1969 to October 1970. Now, the main sources for this album are John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band album, Paul McCartney's McCartney album, the Ringo Starr It Don't Come Easy single, and the first half of George Harrison's All Things Must Pass album. Now, this is we ended Abbey Road with the line, "The love you take is equal to the love you make," and then the little ditty of Her Majesty. It Don't Come Easy is a 180 turn in the exact opposite direction. All of the like sunny optimism and like the like sort of, oh, we're singing songs about the sun and the love you take is equal to the love you make, is immediately done a complete 180 the moment you put the needle on side one and hear the tolling church bell that opens up Mother, and John Lennon coming in with this visceral, emotional cry to his parents who left him when he was a kid. And the record kind of plays out like that. It is the most confessional singer-songwriter album in the entire Beatles discography. They lay it bare. John sings songs about his parents, about feeling isolated from his friends and the rest of the world, about his own insecurities of his place in the world. Paul sings these simple country songs about living on the farm with Linda and just turning to the new family he's made for himself with his loving wife. George's songs are the most Phil Spector produced of the bunch, but they speak testament to his newfound faith in his religious belief and his dedication to stuff like Hare Krishna and all these things. And what we get out of it is a 13-track album that is at times very confessional, at times very stark and raw and emotional, but also at the end of it, very uplifting in a way and very comforting. It's definitely... I will admit that in the past couple of months I've been going through some emotional stuff, and this has been the album I've been really turning to. It's if the Beatles in their core discography represent like a sort of like idealized love and peace and everything is all you need. If the Beatles' message is love is all you need and the love you take is equal to the love you make, very simple platitudes. It Don't Come Easy is, well, telling the world it don't come easy. It's more to it than just saying all you need is love and like love you take is equal to love you make. There's effort and work that has to be put into it. It's not as simple as just being like, oh, love is wonderful. That's true in and of itself, but you do have to work for it, and you do have to put in the effort to find that love and find the way to find your bliss and find the ability to cope with some of the darker aspects of life. And that's what It Don't Come Easy comes to represent. And as the opening salvo to the third act of the Beatles' career, it's a very, very powerful emotional statement. And I will say, I did originally have a different album artwork and a different name for it, and I have recently changed that around, and I restructured some things on there. In terms of, I actually will pull this back up. In terms of the track listing of the record itself, I will admit that there are some songs on this record that I'm not the biggest fan of. I've never been humongously partial to Teddy Boy, and its inclusion is definitely a recent changeover I made, and the push toward it for me was that Paul had actually worked it out during the Get Back sessions, so I just was like, he probably would have tried to bring this back during this era, and so I'll let it be on there. But it did take some doings for me to get into that one. Isn't it a pity I had on there at first, and then I took it off for a while, and then I put it back on at the ending spot of the album? I originally had it like opening side 2, and in that placement it kind of deflated the momentum of the record, so I was like, maybe I need... so at first I took it off for a while, and now I've put it back on as a good closer. As it goes, sort of like it builds and builds and builds and just gradually fades away, and that's the end of the record. Some Lennon aficionados might take aggrievement at the fact that I did not include the song God on the album, because that's like one of the major, humongous songs from the Plastic Ono Band album. Simply put, I did not include it because John Lennon says quite categorically in that song, I don't believe in Beatles, I just believe in me, the dream is over. And if I include that on the album, that ruins the illusion.
A little bit.
That the Beatles are still together. And similarly...
We could redub it. Go back in later if you like, oh yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I think that would defeat the point of the song.
Hey y'all, I do want to say by the way, I just want to mention, I'm actively not trying to do a Liverpool accent. I wanted to be a jerk like this.
No, you're good, Cleaver.
Yeah. Because I think it's funny.
It's funny. I enjoy it.
Oh yeah, look at me.
My home.
Oh no, we're getting back there.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
There you go. Ah, dang it! That saying, "Oh, dang it," got me out of it. Broke me out of the loop. I'm from New Zealand now. Hold
you've
up.
been Beetle Cleaver. There's no coming back.
Yep. Oh no.
Oh.
No.
But anyway, It Don't Come Easy sets the stage for then what is going to be the next era of the Beatles, which is more stripped back and less production heavy, but which is ironic considering who's producing it. But simultaneously more confessional and to a degree a bit more real, honestly. A bit more like, you know, Lennon talks in interviews during 1970 about how he views the previous back catalog of the Beatles as like this grand myth that they played on people, and now he's into just being direct in reality. And to a degree, I think the songs on It Don't Come Easy and the following couple of records are definitely going to be portraying that. What people are going to get in this era of the Beatles' discography is really getting to know them as people. And I think on It Don't Come Easy, more so than any other record in the discography, by the end of it, you really know who John Lennon, Paul McCartney, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr are. You know who they are as people and what they're about. And if you are willing to go along with it, then you're willing to go along with it. And if you're not, then you're not. And that's the point of the album. So, anyway, It Don't Come Easy comes out. It gets the rapturous response as Beatles albums usually do. It's followed up the next year by Imagine, which is recorded from May 1970 to July 71. This album I do prefer slightly to It Don't Come Easy. It's definitely the one of the albums they recorded with Phil Spector. This is the one that has his influence on it the most. You can tell that by this record they've softened up the approach and they've allowed him a little bit more reign over the board to give the whole album like a sort of grander, more softer, gentle feel. Definitely it's got more of a sort of orchestral vibe to it. Songs like Imagine and Jealous Guy and Oh My Love from John, things like All Things Must Pass and Beware of Darkness from George. These are songs which are still pretty as confessional as the ones on It Don't Come Easy, but they've been given a softer edge. The sort of harsh minimalism vibe that they had on the previous album has been kind of sanded away a little bit to allow for a little bit more of the deluxe treatment that is more emblematic of records like Abbey Road. And even Paul, to a degree, engages in that. Though his stuff is, again, a little bit more lightweight. He's still very much... He's the optimism, as opposed to, like, sort of the... you know, like confusion and nihilism of a Lennon or the overt spiritualism of Harrison. McCartney comes in with more like, I'm just having fun in the country with my wife and kids. I'm here living on the heart of the country. I'm singing songs about teenage romance like the backseat of my car. Talking about sort of Eleanor Rigby in New York with Another Day. And I'm gonna try out my own little A Day in a Life mini suite with Uncle Albert and Admiral Halsey. And I would say, honestly, this to me is one of those, like, this could be one of the best Beatles albums that just never was. It really holds up as its own piece. I think of all, like, the fake Beatle albums I had made, I'd say it probably would have been worth it for this album on its own, because it holds up remarkably well, and it's just a gosh darn good listen. I will say, but the only bit where I am like, is when Ringo's got his little country bit on Boo Coops of Blues, but beyond that song, it holds up pretty well. Imagine is a gosh darn good record to listen to, and I think probably of the Beatles' 70s discography, I would say it's their artistic high watermark. Also, I have to give credit here where credit's due. I did not make this album cover. I found this album cover on clumsytuba.wordpress.com. This is someone out there in the Beatle fandom land made this album cover, and it is superb, and it does everything that I would have wanted to do with the album cover, and now that it's there, it's there. And it's just a gosh darn good album. Now, they record this from May 1970 to 1971. This also, imagine, is going to double as the last Beatles album recorded in England for a good long while. Because
that's when England disappeared.
That's when England vanished. And no one saw England again.
And England has been lost to time.
I don't know if I'm canonically adding that to my alternate history.
Well, you know what? If we're gonna do a little thing in the time break, we might as well do a big thing in the time break.
Time break.
Time break.
What about the time break? It's the time break.
Good to bring it back.
Good to bring it back. So, right at the tail end of the Imagine recording sessions, George's friend Ravi Shankar comes to him and he says, "Hey, I'm doing this like benefit concert because my home country of Bangladesh is in a really bad state because East Pakistan and West Pakistan are waging war with each other, and all the refugees are fleeing to Bangladesh, and there's a food shortage going on. And so I'm going to do like a concert and hopefully raise awareness, and maybe you could like help plug it or MC it or something like that." And George realizes, well, if Ravi does it, like there's only going to be so much funding that goes toward this. So why don't I, a member of the biggest, most powerful band in the world, help out, and why don't we make it a Beatles concert? In fact, why don't we not only make it a Beatles concert, let's make it a humongous superstar all-star show of not just the Beatles and Ravi Shankar, but also our friends in the business. And we'll have this humongous benefit concert in Madison Square Garden, and we can raise money to help get food over to the starving refugees in Bangladesh. And it will also be our first like proper concert that's like advertised and people are sold tickets for since 1966 when we played in Candlestick Park. Why don't we do that? And from that comes the concert for Bangladesh, recorded on the 1st of August 1971 in Madison Square Garden, produced once again by Phil Spector. It is the first actual major Beatles concert since 1966, beyond the one-offs like the Rooftop and the Rock and Roll Revival Festival. And I would say of all the Beatle live documents, this is the strongest. It's not the greatest live album in the world. John Lennon definitely shows up to rehearsals right at the tail end, and he is very under-rehearsed in comparison to George, Ringo, and Paul, who definitely have their act together way more than he does. But at the same time, this isn't even just a Beatles concert. We also get the dynamic opening set from Ravi Shankar. We get superb performances from Billy Preston and Leon Russell. And perhaps the entire 60s music scene reaching its absolute zenith, we get a whole set where Bob Dylan hits the stage and is backed by the Beatles for a small 6-song length acoustic set. The Beatles and Bob Dylan on the same stage. Dylan, who's in the middle of his recluse period after being in his motorcycle accident in 1966. And it's something else to listen to. It's quite a document. I will lie and say that I honestly listened to it and think to myself, wow, in 1971, in a post-Altamont, post-Nixon, the introduction of 1970s cynicism creeping in, the 1971, this is the moment when the boomers are going to go from the hippies into, well, the boomers. This is
with the boomers.
This is right at the and that whole 60s counterculture idea of, oh, music's gonna save the world and we're gonna be living in a happy dream fantasy realm because we all got good music carrying us through. all that sort of optimism is on the wane. It's on the downslide. And yet, right in that crucial moment, in come the Beatles and Dylan and all these people doing this humongous return to the stage, and all to not make money themselves, to make money to actually go and actively save people from starvation. It to me is the final, the 60s dream, as it were. Its final bow is here at the Concert for Bangladesh. It is quite a live document. It also ends up being the last time the Beatles will take the stage with their classic 4-person lineup. But that is to be addressed much, 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 much later. So, the Concert for Bangladesh happens in August 71. The concert happens, it's a massive success. The album starts being mixed, but then the release of it gets tangled up in a mess of problems because Capitol Records are being kind of greedy, and Columbia have the rights to Dylan, and they really want their piece of the cake too. And so the Beatles are fighting off all of that stuff, and they also have to work for all of the nonprofit organizations who actually have to go and help make sure that the funding for the concert goes into the right proper channels. So in order to do that, the Beatles have to stay in New York for a prolonged period of time to get all of the after effects of the Bangladesh concert sorted out. While they do that, John Lennon and Yoko Ono, who've been very outspoken political activists about Vietnam and about the war, and have written songs like Give Peace a Chance, Instant Karma, Power to the People, which have all come out as well, just as non-album singles in the Beatles' discography. And I could have gone on a tangent about the non-album singles and the extra songs. I just didn't want to do that. I didn't have time for it. But this is a period where now the Beatles are in New York, and they're soaking up the New York scene, and the people who are really coming to them, or rather to John and Yoko, are the counterculture activists. The Jerry Rubins, the Abby Hoffmans, the Bobby Seals, the very outspoken people from the protests outside the Democratic National Convention in 1968, the Chicago 7. They're meeting up with leaders of the Black Panthers. They're meeting up with counterculture people like John Sinclair. They're plotting to really get more active in encouraging people to register to vote, to push Nixon out of the White House, to get troops out of Vietnam. The Beatles, or particularly John, are meeting up with these people and saying, hey, you are speaking what we want to say. We agree with you and we want to help. What can we do? And they say, well, why don't you use your music and get the word out? Let's be more active and political in what we're doing. And considering how George has also been working on the Bangladesh concert, and then in a couple of months, the Bloody Sunday Massacre occurs, and Paul's got thoughts on it. The three main creative heads of the band kind of go, we've done this thing. We have a pretty elevated platform from which people are paying attention to us, and they want to know our thoughts about the world we live in, and we're not clueless to it. We're not oblivious. We read the papers like everyone else, and we are living in these very volatile, tempestuous political times, and we got thoughts on them. So let's make the next album dedicated to saying that. Let's make this next album we're going to do, we'll record it here in New York while we're working out all this stuff, and it will let the world know, hey, we got a voice of our own, and we're wrapped up and we're getting involved in the grander political debates of the late 60s, early 70s. This is what we're going to do. And from that, we get what I would say is easily the weakest album the original lineup ever recorded. Sometime in New York City, released as a double album, the bulk of which is recorded between July of 1971 and March of 1972. It has the tapes from the Rock and Roll Revival concert tagged on as an extra bonus record, which is included as a little extra bonus for the album. It is...
Hey, John, what the fuck?
Yeah, so there's a humongous elephant in the room, which is that perhaps the most infamous of all of the political statements on the record would be the opening cut off of the album, co-written with Yoko Ono. Woman is the
Hey, Yoko,
racial...
what the fuck?
Woman is the racial slur of the world. There is a great deal to be said about that song, about what its intent is, about what it's trying to say, about what its message is, about its execution, about its artistic merit, and about what it means about the author, what it means about the audience, what it means in the grand scheme of everything. This is not the stream to go into that. I do not feel qualified talking about it. This is just talking.
Nor do I.
This is talking about a alternate history. All I will say is that by the very nature of mathematics, in order to make sure that John Lennon had a substantial part of the record, I had to include it. And he's not alone. We also have songs from George like Bangladesh, which are talking specifically about the starvation and refugee crisis in the country, and also Paul's very quick-to-the-trigger response to the Sunday Bloody Sunday massacre, Give Ireland Back to the Irish. So there's a lot on this album. I will say that it is... and also we get comments on... Paul's got comments on, like, the ecology and of people destroying the environment, which is what we hear in the song Wildlife. I will say probably the strongest song on the album actually comes from Ringo, because right before the band leaves England for New York, Ringo becomes friendly with Mark Bolan, and in doing so, discovers glam rock, and so he records the song Back Off Boogaloo, which is a gosh darn good song, and is substantially the greatest song on that album, by a large margin. But it is simultaneously, it's the weakest album that the classic lineup recorded. It's not even a question. It's a slog to go through. It is a very not fun, very serious, very loaded piece of political art, which has aged like most political commentary of the 60s and 70s has, in my opinion. It is definitely the most of its time Beatles album. You know, and it's what it is. I think the value of the album is really going to be found in how much you align with the Beatles and their politics and their views. That's what it's going to be. It's very much written by white British liberals. And so it's not necessarily... my outlook on it is and I always find it a sticky situation to talk about this stuff. My view of it is that it's well-intentioned, but not necessarily rewarding, and not one of the most fun records to dip into. And that is reflected by the album sales, which are the lowest the Beatles have ever had in their career. The album is the first not to hit number one since Please Please Me. I think it peaks at like number 10 on the charts, and it gets a critical ravaging in the press, and coincides with what will become a kind of dark period in the Beatles' personal lives. Not necessarily so much for Paul. He kind of does okay in this period. But for John, George, and Ringo, things are about to take a bit of a turn. They are going to start engaging in a lot of substance abuse, specifically alcohol and cocaine. And it's going to have adverse effects on their marriages. George and Ringo are both going to divorce around this period of time. And John is going to go on a separation from Yoko for 18 months, which will later be dubbed the Lost Weekend. But somehow or other, despite the personal upheaval and turmoil that is going on in their lives, and all this stuff that is going on around them, the next two albums are some of the most lush and deluxe sounding records in the entire Beatles discography. In fact, I would be so bold as to say that the next two albums we get are going to be returning us back to Abbey Road territory. If not so much in finesse and cinematic grandeur, certainly in glossy finish and pop sensibility. Mm-hmm. And the first of those that we get is going to be the triple album Black Box, which is recorded from March 1972 through August 1973. This is the first album which is produced solely by the Beatles alone. There is no George Martin there. There is no Phil Spector there. Phil Spector had been kind of in and out of the sessions for some time in New York City, and the beginnings of his very erratic behavior in the studio, which would lead to problems later on down the line, led to him having a falling out with the members of the Beatles. So they decided that instead of keeping him on for any foreseeable future like they had with George Martin, they'd done their bit with him, and it was time to... By now, they'd been in the business long enough that they knew the reins and they could take control of their own artistic destiny. So for the first time ever, we get the first Beatles album exclusively made by them. And perhaps due to the fact that they are now all very much consuming hefty amounts of cocaine, and also potentially inspired by the grandiose works of contemporaries like David Bowie and Elton John, we get a triple album of material, which is a lot. And I think perhaps I should explain why I decided of all the albums to make this a triple album. Basically, getting back to our reality, getting back to our universe and our genuine timeline, 1973 is interesting because it is that year in particular is the closest the Beatles ever come to actually reuniting in real life. And it's because that's the year that Ringo makes his first true solo album. He'd made an album called Sentimental Journey, which was him doing a bunch of standards covers, and he'd done a country album called Boo Coops of Blues, which was a country album. But Ringo's initial response to the Beatles breakup was to, instead of making his own solo career, was to focus his interests more into being an actor and starring in movies. But by 1973, he's ready to take his first leap forward into trying to compete with John, Paul, and George. And such is the loyalty and dedication that John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and George Harrison have to Ringo Starr, that for that one instance alone, they were all willing to set aside their differences and work and contribute and help Ringo make his album, because they really, really wanted it to do good for him. And it did. Ringo's 1973 solo album is definitely his solo artistic peak, and produced a ton of hits, and actually resulted in the one recording session that was the closest to the Beatles reuniting, which is the song I'm the Greatest, which is written by John for Ringo, full of Beatles references, and features John, Ringo, and George all playing on the same session in 1973. So it is the absolute closest the Beatles ever got to actually reuniting. And due to those circumstances, I felt this is likely the best moment to make the big extravaganza, because this is about as close in our timeline as we're going to get to the Beatles actually reuniting. This is going to be the humongous album. And so because of that, we have a lot. We have a lot. We've got like 2 hours and 15 minutes of lots of stuff. And it's a very deluxe record. It's very slick. It's hard to convey because this is all theoretical, and I only have so many JPEGs. But the title Black Box is deliberate. The album comes packaged in a box set containing 3 different full-blown LP sleeves and cover art and like posters and things. It's like one of the most deluxe, expensive album packages that's ever been made by anyone, because they've just packed this thing to the brim with music and visuals and content, and it's quite a lot. But because it's quite a lot, it results in the most #1 singles of any Beatles album in their entire discography. On this one album alone, you have the ballad My Love. You have George Harrison's Give Me Love, Give Me Peace on Earth. You've got Ringo's Photograph, and you also have his cover of the song You're 16, which is another thing that maybe is, but it's there, and it was a #1 hit single. So,
It exists. Okay.
It exists.
We said it. Yep, we're done. We're done there. Good. All done. No need to worry.
You want to be really freaked out? Look for the music video featuring
I won't.
featuring a 38-year-old Ringo Starr dancing with a 19-year-old Carrie Fisher.
Wild.
Wild
We're done.
Shit. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. All right. Bye.
But yeah. So yes. But beyond that track, though, I would say that the majority of this album holds up pretty gosh darn well. It's definitely the most deluxe and glossy sound the Beatles have had since Abbey Road.
There's a good deal of repetition, I'm noticing.
What?
Oh my, hi. I know.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot. I like the songs on this album a lot. To me, this album and the follow-up album...
One More Kiss.
One More Kiss is a good song. Don't Let Me Wait Too Long is good. Lil Lamb Dragonfly is good. Mind Games is really cool. Living in the Material World is fun to listen to. Try Some, Buy Some is cool. The medley...
Meat City.
Yeah, Meat City is neat. That song has a subliminal message in it.
Yeah. I imagine so. With a name like that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot on this album, but it is also it brings the Beatles back up to form. It puts them back in high commercial standing. It puts them in so critical standing. I don't know if it ever racks up the great reviews that their classic period did, but it's a fun record to listen to. For me, that album and the next one, those are my drinking albums. That's whenever I'm like having a party and I like know it's gonna last a while, those are the 2 Beatle albums I put on. I put on Black Box, and then I put on the follow-up, which came out the next year, which is Band on the Run, which is recorded from August 73 to October 74. This is sort of taking the glossy deluxe sound of the Black Box album and compressing it down into a single album. It's not perfect, I would say. It's definitely more streamlined. There's definitely a humongous problem to this album for me, which is that George isn't really able to be on it much as a vocalist, but I really couldn't have George on this album much as a vocalist, because the album that I would have had to source George's songs from for this record, which is Dark Horse, he decided to record while he had laryngitis. Which, like, that was a choice that George Harrison made, to be like, you know what, I'm gonna make an album while I have no singing voice left in me. So, George is represented only by Dark Horse. But beyond that, though, Band on the Run is definitely, like, I would say, I talked about this before with Cleaver, but, like, this to me, Band on the Run represents the end of the Beatles, like, classic period. The artistic high watermark they have from 1963 up to this point. This is like the final Beatles album I say that like is influential and like really long lasting and stands the test of time. It's also the one that definitely wears its glam influence on its sleeve. We've got the hard rock of Band on the Run, the heaviness of Jet. We've got the sort of road song of Hell on Wheels. We've got a collaboration with Elton John. We've got the first guest feature on a studio Beatles album with Whatever Gets You Through the Night.
But not the last.
But not the last, but the first. And all in all, this is definitely, if Black Box was like a semi sort of return to form, Band on the Run is definitely a fuller return to form for the Beatles themselves, and definitely is, I would say, their grand final moment of artistic innovation amongst their contemporaries. It also, I will acknowledge, as I can tell Cleaver is really jamming out to it, of all the fake Beatle albums I have on my Spotify, Band on the Run is the most popular one. And I don't know why, but it is, in comparison to all the other fake Beatle albums I have, which have like, 8 followers for Imagine, 9 followers for Black Box, Band on the Run has got like 295 people who liked it. So I would say probably, even though I think Imagine is a slightly stronger album than Band on the Run, I think the one that people will probably enjoy the most to listen to will be the Band on the Run record. It is the one that people really enjoy from my fake Beatle albums.
I will say, I think the main reason is because you named it Band on the Run, and some folks might think it's from the Prime timeline.
From the Prime timeline? I think...
Yeah, they might see that and be like, oh, there, somebody made an album of it. Cool beans.
I think the thing that would clue them in that it's not the Prime timeline would be that immediately following it is a John Lennon track. But then that might just be people who don't realize that Band on the Run is not actually a Beatles album.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like, half the people are going to be like, hold on a sec, this ain't Wings. The other half are going to be like, yes, this tracks.
I will say this. I've seen a lot of people think Imagine is a Beatles song. It's not. But I made it one, so now it is. But it's definitely, it's a fun listen. I would say that's the one, well, just because, Cleaver could be right on that. Maybe people just think it's Paul.
I think that's just oversight on a lot of folks. But to be fair, it's a good album.
It's a good album, and the track list holds up really, really well. It's definitely one that I could recommend all day, every day. It's a fun listen. But beyond that, though, a very crucial thing happens at the end of Band on the Run, which is that the Beatles are on contract with Apple, Parlophone, and Capitol Records until 1975. They've been signing these contracts that stipulate that every 5 years they do whatever they can. So when they first signed with Parlophone in 1962, they were on contract until 1966, and then they renegotiated their contract, and that's when we get the Sgt. Pepper to Abbey Road era. They did the same thing again for Apple after Abbey Road, and then they're on contract with record labels from 1970 to 1975. But the past year and a half for the members of the Beatles have been rough goings. Like 3 out of the 4 of them have had their marriages completely fall apart, and they've turned to partying it up with Harry Nilsson and Keith Moon in LA. So it's been a time. But now things are turning a little bit of a corner, at least for George and John. George has met Olivia. I don't know how to say her maiden name, so I'm just going to say George has met Olivia Harrison. And so he's found his new romance. And by the end of 74, thanks to the efforts of Elton John, John's reconnected with Yoko. So now they're in a very interesting spot, which is that their contract is going to be up by the next year. And they've been on this whirlwind of recording. And the past couple of years I've seen them kind of go in this, like, they're now in their mid-30s, and they kind of went on a little bit of a party binge for 73 and 74. So And Ringo's still going. He ain't stopping for nothing. He and Harry Nilsson and Keith Moon are going to party it up for the rest of the decade. And into the next decade, with the exception of Keith Moon. But, you know, like...
What am I going to do?
What are you going to do? But, like, they've been having themselves a time in the mid-'70s. And so they're at a point now where they don't have any contractual obligations to C2, and they've had a rough year and a half, personally. So they decide in 1975 to take a year off. They're just going to take a breather, not do any band activity, not necessarily break up. They aren't thinking that strongly. But they're just going to take some time and just take a breather and sort things out. In that year time, a bunch of things are going to happen. Ringo's going to keep partying. George is going to start his own record label in conjunction with Warner Brothers called Dark Horse Records. And he's going to sign up a bunch of people that he's interested in on that. So he's semi-leaving Apple. Paul is going to carry on with this side project he's had going on called Wings, and he's going to make an album called Venus and Mars, and he's going to tour behind that, and it's going to be huge. And John Lennon, now that he's reconnected with Yoko Ono, is going to file for citizenship with a green card in the States, and also, in this very crucial moment in time, Yoko gives birth to Sean Lennon, which is, in comparison to Julian, is a child that John was actually expecting and hoping for. And he's now 35, and it's giving him some time to think about what he was doing and how he's been behaving his entire adult life up to this point. And he's not happy with it, and he wants to start making some reparations and changes for it. And it's during that crucial moment in time when then the band reconvenes in January of 1976 and begins work on... I'm going to briefly talk about this too. In order to fulfill their contractual obligations in 1975, Capitol and Apple put out a trio of double album greatest hits: the Red Album, the Blue Album, and the Green Album. And I'm not going to dive... I'm not gonna dive too deep into those because they're greatest hits albums. If you want to check out the Red and Blue and Green albums, they're on my Spotify again. They're good listenings. Yeah. They're greatest hits albums though, so I'm not gonna dwell too much on them.
Let them in. Sorry to spoil.
No, that's fine. January 1976, the Beatles reconvene for the first time in a year to work on the next album, which is Beatles at the Speed of Sound. And things are a bit different.
Oh, that mullet.
It's a bit... Oh, yeah. Things are a bit different. In particular with John, who by now is seeming a little bit restless in the studio. And pretty early in the sessions, after it's decided that they've got enough material that they can make an album, John kind of says to the other three that he's kind of done. Not necessarily with just the Beatles, but just with doing the music business in general. He's not very happy with his actions, and he isn't proud of like what he's been up to for the past 35 years. And he kind of wants to make a change. And part of doing that is taking a step away from the music business, from the celebrity business, getting away from all the alcohol and the drugs and the celebrity and the partying and all the stuff that's going on in the Beatles' inner circle, and focusing in more on just being dedicated to being a house husband and raising his son and just living a nice, quiet life in New York. So he ends up exiting the sessions for Speed of Sound fairly quickly on, which means the majority of the album ends up being dominated by Paul and George, who take things in a decidedly more softer edge. things are still of a pretty decent quality, but Paul's songs like Let 'Em In and Silly Love Songs, while earworms, are noticeably lightweight compared to the stuff he did on Band on the Run and even on his solo Venus and Mars record. And George's material is decidedly smooth and soft rocky and heavy reliant on synthesizers and very jokey too. This song is his parody and satire of the My Sweet Lord copyright case he's been dealing with for the past year and a half. And he's also got goofy songs on there like Cracker Box Palace. John ends up, because he departs fairly quickly, he is represented by some scattered leftovers he had toward the end of the Band on the Run sessions, particularly the song Move Over Miss L, which he later donated to Keith Moon for Keith Moon's solo album, a song called Here We Go Again, and a little cover of a Benny King song called Stand By Me.
Yeah, a pretty good one.
Pretty good one.
Nothing too shabby.
Nothing too shabby. But decidedly, this album is a pleasant listen, but in comparison to the grand peaks of Band on the Run and even to a degree Black Box, it's just a bit, it's a bit light on the content. But either way, it ends up not mattering because with John out of the picture of the music business, all Beatle-related activities are pretty much put on halt for the rest of the decade. And that's actually a crucial decision because by not being in the business, the Beatles kind of take a back seat for the rest of the 70s, and a lot of stuff happens in the music business from between the years 1976 and 1980 when they return. Within those 4 years, we get the rise of disco and the rise of punk rock. And we're now a long way away from where the Beatles were at their... Huh?
Kansas.
I mean, it's one of those things like... I mean, I would say here's the best way I can describe where the Beatles stand during the late 70s. On the Clash's debut single, the B-side 1977, the key hook in the chorus is "No Elvis, Beatles, or the Rolling Stones" in 1977. And that's true. That, like, the Clash were absolutely correct. No Elvis, Beatles, or the Rolling Stones in 1977. For the punk rockers and the new wavers, the Beatles are almost dinosaur acts. They're up there with the Stones or the Who or all these, like, big pompous bands from the 60s who started off really young and aggressive and sort of just up against the world, but now they're these, like, humongous monoliths that must be taken down a peg. And so the Beatles kind of sit out the whole of the 70s while rock goes from, like, the album era of, like, prog and Pink Floyd and Queen and all these stuff, like the hard rock prog era, to now, here come the Sex Pistols, here come the Clash, here come the Talking Heads, here comes, you know, Blondie, here comes Bruce Springsteen, here comes Tom Petty, here comes the B-52s, here come
We certainly did find ourselves living in a shotgun shack. Okay.
Here come all these groups who are now saying, we're bringing it back to the bare elements. Rock and roll now is much more aggressive, much more simple, much more direct. All these big, flowery statements that are meant to be these humongous album-length things, all these concept albums and humongous productions. That's not what we're on about anymore. That's old hat. That's like corporate. That stuff is turning into Boston and Kansas and Journey and Chicago and all these like and Styx, you know, these groups that like will later be branded as corporate rock. We don't want that. We want like, you know, that direct, you know, like no bullshit. Nothing. We want Anarchy in the UK. We want Psycho Killer. We want One Way or Another. We want London Calling. We want Roxanne from the Police. We want all this new stuff coming in that's like lo-fi but aggressive and powerful and sounds so yeah. It sounds so DIY.
You know what I'm going through now.
Huh?
You know what I'm going through now.
What?
You brought it up, and I'm tempted, but I don't want you to get DMCA'd.
Are you just like in a...
I'm looking at it, I'm like, boy, I could just press this right now. I'll make it very quiet. Very, very quiet.
Okay. Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I let you finish the joke.
Yeah.
Also, boy, that was not quiet at all.
No, not quite whatsoever. Anyway.
What did I make loud then? Oh, it was the time break.
Of the time break.
Yeah, I put it back to its normal.
Time break.
We could definitely play that one.
Yes. So, basically then, now that the Beatles are now sitting out the rest of the 70s. In that time, for the other three, or four, I should say. So John sits out the rest of the 70s and just becomes a house husband, dedicates himself to looking after his family and raising his son and just being a better human being. Paul continues the success he's got with Wings, and that is going for him pretty well, though by 79, he puts out Back to the Egg, and it's successful commercially, but it's not very... rewarding artistically, and the Wings thing is sort of starting to lose interest in it. George puts out his own, sorry for the burp by the way, George puts out his own self-titled solo album, but he's also kind of losing interest. In fact, if anything, he's got this whole new venture that he's got going on, because he starts up his own little film company called Handmade Films, because he befriends Monty Python and reads the script to Life of Brian, and when he discovers that no one will finance the movie, he makes a film studio and mortgages his house and puts up $4 million so that way Monty Python can make Life of Brian, for the express reason that he wants to see the movie.
Now, there's some problems with this narrative so far, since England doesn't exist anymore.
That's true.
Monty Python, I guess, is just like the last vestiges of it.
They escaped. They got on a sailboat.
Yeah. Maybe Monty Python in this world is not so much like a full satire, absurdist comedy. Maybe it's just them trying to remember what it was like to be in England, and this is the closest they get.
Maybe. Eric Idle follows me on Twitter. You got your celebrity.
Yeah, I've got
shout
Yoko.
out.
You've got Eric Idle.
I got Eric Idle.
Yeah.
That's about as close as I'm getting to anyone in the Beatles.
That's the George equivalent, I'd think.
You ever think on? Here's what would have been fun. You think either Yoko saw that you retweeted that we were doing the stream, or do you think Eric Idle, who was friends with George Harrison, saw that I tweeted that we were doing the stream?
I'll be very frank with you. I highly doubt that Yoko is looking at Twitter.
That's fair. I know Eric Idle is.
Yeah.
But
if he is, I hope he's having a good time. Sorry you lost your country.
He lives in LA now.
Well, there you go. Welcome to the US of A, buddy.
Woo!
I'm sorry for the violence.
Sorry.
It's not my fault, but I'm sorry for it.
Yeah. Anyway, So I don't know what happens in the late 70s. So John becomes a better human being. Paul does Wings until he's bored of it. George does a little bit of a stab at music until he gets bored of it to help make movies. And Ringo just keeps partying, basically. He puts out a couple of scattered solo albums, but they're not very good, and he just becomes notorious as a person who's hanging around LA, drinking and partying every night with Harry Nilsson.
I'm just going to look for a gif of Ringo real quick.
Will not be hard. There's a lot of good gifs of Ringo. But
I found the immediate first one. Just hold on.
You'll have to post it in the stream backstage so I can see it.
I think that you could probably just like put it on screen
Probably.
Because
if I
like every time we have to mention that Ringo's still partying, this GIF has to be shown. I think.
Oh, I cannot wait to see.
Yeah, where did I put this dang old thing? Where on my computer? Where does it reside?
I don't know. Well, don't worry. I'll bring up Ringo partying again. But
I know you will, because he's doing it to this day.
he's doing it in healthier ways today. But
He is, but he's still doing it.
he's still doing it. But anyway, so the Beatles sit out in the 70s, and then what ends up happening is that in late 79, early 1980, Paul starts working on a bunch of demo tracks, and they are not typical Paul demo tracks. They're very much like just Paul doing like some weird experiments in synth pop and in like sort of just like they're odd tapes. They're very odd tapes. And he sends a couple of these over to John. Hi, Andre. He sends a couple of these demo tapes over to John, who then is like, these are like, actually, I like these tapes. I think they're pretty good. Paul, I think you done it. You dang done did it. I like these weird songs that you've recorded on your own. And in fact, I like them so much that it's actually kind of making me want to get the itch to record again. So, in 1980, the call comes through from John. He says, I think I'm ready. Paul's weird tapes. Thank you for the follow, Andre. Thank you very much for the follow.
Thank you for the follow,
Thank
Andre.
you. I appreciate it supremely. But, so John says to Paul, I like these tapes. How about this? Let's call up George and Ringo. Let's get back to ever. We haven't made an album in like 4 years, 5 years. Let's get back into it. Let's see what we get out of it. Now, because George and Ringo are kind of like not totally prepped and they aren't expecting this, they don't have a lot of material. But Paul's got all these weird songs that he's been recording. So what ends up happening is that John and Paul kind of go, well, why don't we just like, for the first time since like Hard Day's Night, this will just be a John and Paul kind of record. George and Ringo will be here as like musicians, but the songwriting is just going to be John and Paul alternating between like John's new songs about being in a happier place in his life and being dedicated to his family, and Paul's like sort of weird tracks. And what we get out of that is a Double Fantasy, recorded in June 1979 through to October of 1980, produced by Jack Douglas, whom is a mutual friend of John's, and whom is best well known in the music industry for producing Aerosmith and their classic albums like Toys in the Attic and Rocks. And I also have not heard of a band called Falling in Reverse. In fact, I might have heard of that band, but I don't think I've heard any of their stuff before. But what we get here is a dialogue essentially between John and Paul. And it's interesting, the dialogue that happens from it, because whereas John's songs are almost like kind of McCartney-esque in their construction, for the first time now, John's singing songs about being 40 and like starting fresh anew with his wife, raising his son, stepping out of the music business and just watching the wheels go round and round, and being dedicated and apologetic to what he's done to women in the past in the song Woman. Like, he's grown immensely in the past couple of years. And that sort of, the rough, angry John Lennon that we heard on albums like It Don't Come Easy is now a much calmer, more together, and more self-assured person. By taking the time out of the business to really reflect on where he was and where he came from and what he was hoping to achieve and accomplish, he's created a set of music that's like very much like very heartwarming and a statement on rock stars entering into like contented middle age. Alternatively to that, Paul's stuff is like him kind of having a midlife crisis. Like, he's got a lot of weird stuff on there. They're
really meeting each other at opposite ends of the creative spectrum here.
There's some classic McCartney stuff on there. Like, Waterfalls is a pretty typical McCartney ballad, and One of These Days is a nice little acoustic folk sort of song. But then there's like Temporary Secretary.
I gotta get in there. Let's listen to that one real quick. Here I go.
Have you not heard Temporary Secretary?
I have. That's why I'm getting into it now.
Go! Yes.
Here we go. Yeah. I'm in hell.
Woo! So like Paul's got like between John, who's like oh woman I can hardly express, Paul comes in like temporary secretary, like it's just and actually I will admit for the longest time ever in the
Hey,
yeah
you know, do you?
what try to talk
Okay,
to that song.
I'm trying my best because quite honestly, I just realized a horrible thing.
What?
I realized what that song reminds me of from A Completely Wild Place.
What?
Body Rolls.
Oh,
You know that song?
oh no.
Yeah, you know that song. That grunt gives it away.
Oh no. Oh
That-
my goodness.
I was listening to that nice little loop in the background. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Watch out for my body rolls, though.
Oh. It is. I will admit that listening over.
High kicks.
I will admit that listening
What have I
over
done?
listening over to this album multiple times, I'm always like at odds because I'm like, what Paul was doing in this part of time and what John was doing in this part of time were like so at odds of each other, and it always am like, I don't know what to do. And I will say that the selection of songs I chose for Paul's bits on this album, I will maintain are the best parts. Because if you listen to actually the rest of McCartney 2, Temporary Secretary is like just the tip of an iceberg of weird shit. Like Bogey Wobble and Dark Room and Nobody Knows. Like there's some freaky stuff
the way
on
you
that
present
album.
that just brings a wild idea of what, like, headspace he was in.
Again, I will maintain.
It sounds like a very, very dark story when you bring it up in that order.
I will maintain. McCartney 2 is Paul's midlife crisis.
It's definitely feels it.
It's definitely that's a guy at the age of 38 going, I don't know what to do. Let's see what happens if I throw a synth at the wall.
It breaks.
And yet,
Do it again.
And yet, I wasn't gonna bring this up because I don't have it as part of my Beatles discography. But like within this same period, within the same era, he records Temporary Secretary. We get Wonderful Christmas Time.
Yeah, that's the curveball of the century
What?
when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean that's why when people say they hate Wonderful Christmas Time, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but like the whole album is weird.
You know what?
Yeah, I'm like when you're making a Christmas song, but you have the headspace of Temporary Secretary, like yeah, you're gonna get that song. But anyway,
Oh boy.
Double Fantasy then it's a rough listen, and I will maintain I had trouble at first with it because I was like, these two different elements don't really blend together. But here's what finally solidified it in my head is that the John Lennon Double Fantasy album that he records with Yoko Ono as like a John song, Yoko song, John song, Yoko song. The lack of cohesion is exactly the same, because Yoko's songs are like new wavy and art rock, and John's are like, he said, finally, I'm just gonna be Paul. Like, so, like, even Double
I've transcended.
Even Double Fantasy itself in our timeline has the same exact issue of one person doing like adult MOR rock and another person doing like jagged new wave art stuff. And that's the same thing when you just narrow it down to John and Paul. Like, so the lack of cohesion definitely makes Double Fantasy a disjointed and confusing comeback album after 4 years of nothing. But, and there's where we get into deep stuff.
My favorite album, Deep Stuff.
What the initial public reaction and critical reaction to Double Fantasy is really not going to matter, because 2 months after it's wrapped and finished recording, tragedy is going to strike, and we got to get to it because there's no other way to dance around this. 2 months after Double Fantasy is wrapped, on December 8th, 1980, while John is coming home from a recording session with Yoko, he is shot and killed outside of his apartment building and dies at the age of 40. And even in our alternative timeline, that happens. That just happens. I can't do anything about that.
We can't get around that.
I can't. There's nothing I can do with my mixtapes to, like, dance around the fact that John Lennon is a part of it until he isn't. Double Fantasy, then...
I will say, on one end of it, we don't have the budget that Yesterday has to bring John Lennon back. On the other end of it, we don't have the moral... cognizant distance to do a Weekend at Bernie's with it. There's just no way around it there.
Yeah, and you know, John Lennon too is a man. His legacy will always be troubled. He had a troubled life, and he had a troubled upbringing, and it was reflected in the insecurities in his music. It was reflected in the way he would treat the people closest to him, and that's just what it is. I think but there is an acknowledgement that by the end, he was actively making reparations to improve and stop being as shitty as he could be to people. And the songs on Double Fantasy reflect that. I can't think of any rock stars in 1980 of that level of stature who were writing songs like Beautiful Boy, Darling Boy, that were just about, I love my son and I want to see him happy. Or songs like Woman, where he opens it saying, for the other half of the sky. The guy was clearly trying to improve himself. And what we could have gotten from this new improved John Lennon will always be the unanswered question we didn't get the chance to know.
Yeah.
In terms of our timeline here, this is where, if you wish to end the discography here, I 100% understand. Everything from this point on is more experimental, and it's more, and not in terms of music, but in terms of philosophy of putting together these albums. Because from this point forward, it's not the Fab Four. It's going to be an ever-continuingly diminishing amount of people through the passage of time. And the rest of the albums we're going to get from this point forward are going to be the work of either 3 people or 2 people. But the original classic lineup is done at this point. John, Paul, George, and Ringo are over. And in our alternative timeline, the other 3 are very well aware of this. And their initial reaction is to be like, that's it. We're done. We just can't. We can't go on. But what ends up happening is that John was on such a creative hot streak, and he was so reinvigorated being back in with the band again, that he goes and records more stuff than can make it onto Double Fantasy. So right before he dies, there's like another set of songs that he was working on with the Beatles that's just laying on the shelf collecting dust, and they don't know what to do with it. So in 1981, they call up George Martin and they say, we have these tapes left over of stuff we did with John right before he died, and we want to polish them off and then maybe make like a final send-off album to John. Would you be up for helping us make that happen? And George Martin says, yes, absolutely, I'm down for it. Let's go and do this. And so in 1981, we get Moondogs, which is the Beatles reuniting with George Martin for the first time since Abbey Road. And it is comprised of a selection of songs written while John was still alive and also after he passed. This is the start of what is a bit of a rough go for the Beatles. The early 80s were, I don't think, by any means their artistic high watermark. But that being said, Moondogs does sort of present itself as sort of a tribute album to a fallen comrade in a way. And to that end, by reuniting with George Martin and piecing together like a certain set of material that is very much meant to be both a continuation and a reflection and a memoriam and a tribute to the stuff they were doing with John, I think it holds up pretty spectacularly well. It is not on the level of their 60s stuff by any means, and it may not even be on the level of their 70s stuff. But to me, it's the most popular pop group of all time easing into middle age and easing into adulthood and being fully done with being the young pop kids of the 60s and early 70s. There's songs on here that are very much written from the perspective of a bunch of people entering into their 40s. We've got good stuff from Paul like Tug of War and Take It Away. We've got Wanderlust, which is nice. John still had some good stuff left in the cans like Nobody Told Me and I'm Stepping Out. Ringo gets a nice little track with Rack My Brain. And then the final trifecta of the album, the final 15 minutes of George's All Those Years Ago, Paul's Here Today, and the only unfinished track that they could not finish, the work in progress demo from John of Grow Old With Me that closes out the album, might potentially be one of the most poignant 15 minutes of any Beatles record. It is a very touching, loving rumination and a fitting memorial and send-off to John Lennon and his place in the world. It's also got Ebony and Ivory on it.
Yeah.
Which is, I flip and flop every single time I hear that song between, is this good or is this shit? I don't know.
All I do know is right now I am listening to Grow Old With Me, and really the segue into this entire portion of the stream definitely left me with some chills coming in. And playing Grow Old With Me definitely brought that to a crescendo. And then he had to bring up Ebony and Ivory. I'm like, Whitmer, please. I'm having emotions. Let me sit over here for a second.
No, I get you. I will say, that final trifecta, to go from George's All Those Years Ago to Paul's Here Today, I will say, the transition of Paul's Here Today into Grow Old With Me, that could induce tears, honestly.
It definitely can.
That's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, Grow Old With Me in and of itself is just doing it for me now.
Grow Old With Me in and of itself, yeah, will do it. But then with the album preambling it with like the final trio of George's All Those Years Ago and Here Today, it's something. It's very impactful, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Also, tossing it into Moondogs does also help with the timeline here, because, somewhere in England.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. So George can't be someplace in England because there's no England to be in.
Someplace in Scotland. That one's still around.
Yeah, there you go. Scotland's still there. So Moondogs does its thing. It comes out, and it's a fitting tribute. Though for the rest of the three of them, the process of making Moondogs is so positive, and this is where we get into very contentious waters, and maybe this wouldn't be the case in reality, and oh, so. This is just my own personal headcanon.
So.
What we get from this is this feeling of, well, let's test out the waters. We're working with George Martin again, and we don't have John with us anymore, but even without John, we were able to put together a pretty decent album in Moondogs, and heck, we've worked without John before on Speed of Sound. What if we just try this out? Let's try out what would happen if just the trio of Paul, George, and Ringo, what if the three of them just make a record? And let's try it out. And what we get out of that is, I would say, probably the weakest Beatles album. Old Wave is...
But they got MJ in here.
It's got MJ.
Yeah.
But beyond...
He's one of the hottest artists at the moment. They couldn't fit with MJ, could they?
Well, and that's the deal, is that outside of the MJ collaboration in Say, 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 recorded between May and October of 1982, Old Wave is a listen. I think for the most part, it's got its moments. Paul's, of course, Say, Say, Say is like a classic jam and would have fit in very well on Thriller. Would have probably fit in better than Girl Is Mine. And Pipes of Peace as an opening cut is classic McCartney stuff. It's classic McCartney songcraft. But between that now, George and Ringo have to pick up some of the slack now that John is no longer here. And though George will later become equipped for it, he really isn't at the time. And what we get from George are some very awkward songs like Wake Up My Love and Dream Away. And some discarded stuff that he'd had sitting on his shelf for ages, like Circles, which he'd been sitting on since like 1968. And then Ringo is just also not in a good space at all. It's the mid to early 80s, and
Is it safe to say he is not partying at the moment?
No, he is still partying.
He's still partying. He's still partying.
He's partying too much. He's now a full-blown he's actually a full-blown alcoholic, and you can see it in his television appearances at the time. While he's found a new niche for himself playing the role of Mr. Conductor on Thomas and the Tank Engine, like, beyond that, though, he's very deep in the throes of alcoholism, and whenever he shows up on chat shows, he's very obstinate, very aggressive, always wearing shades, seems very distracted and hostile, and it leads to awkward moments. You can even see it when the Beatles get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame a couple years later down the road. Ringo's not having the best of times right now. And because of that, it means that just outside of the two number one hit singles, which is Pipes of Peace and Say, 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 there isn't actually that much greatness to recommend on Old Wave. It's an awkward listen. And definitely, outside of the attention that's brought to it with the Michael Jackson collaboration, it's, I would say, one of the weakest, if not the weakest, Beatles albums out there. And they know it too. And because of that, by the end of it, they just go, nah, I don't know if we're really that interested in carrying on. And they part ways with George Martin again. And
sorry, I have to interject. I gotta say it. They just couldn't carry that weight.
Well, it's hard to carry that weight when it's meant for 4 people, and you've only got 3. And
you know, the funny thing is, you did that head tilt right as Circles came on for me, and it just matched well.
It's an interesting listen, but it's definitely of its time. It's 40-somethings trying to fit in with the 80s and having difficulty doing so. That being said, what ends up happening after Old Wave kind of comes and goes is the three of them go off into different corners of the land. Paul records an album called Press to Play. It's not very good. George focuses in more on his film producing career. He produces movies like Terry Gilliam's Time Bandits. He also does this movie with Madonna called Shanghai Surprise, which is awful. But he focuses more on being a film producer. And
I forget, did he do Book of Life?
I don't know.
I'll look into that one.
Let me see. I don't know if Handmade Films did Book of Life. That's what, 2014 that came out?
Oh, I meant the Monty Python one.
Oh, Meaning of Life? No, he didn't do that
Meaning of Life. Yeah. You know what? He wasn't on that one?
No.
Okay.
That was, I think after Life of Brian and Holy Grail, Monty Python didn't need to look to rock stars to finance the movies anymore. They had
understandable. They did have kind of a good bit on them.
Although
it's more of like a, did he at least like have a bit of a hand in it? Just because
I'm certain
he's got friends over there.
I'm not certain. I remember seeing a documentary on George Harrison where Terry Gilliam was like, yeah, George was there for like a meeting where he had during the editing of Life of Brian, and we were arguing amongst ourselves, and he never came back again because he didn't want to believe that the divisive nature of the Beatles had gone into Python as well. So.
Oh, dang. Oh, yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
But in this universe, they didn't do that, and he was fine there.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right. Not doing this one again.
Nah, he focused more. I'm trying to think. The main things I remember, I don't know. Handmaid's Tale had Time Bandits. With Nail and I know was one. Mona Lisa was one. He became friendly with Bob Hoskins. I know that much. It was like that era of British cinema of like the Bob Hoskinses and the Eric Idles and all those things like. Mm-hmm. I don't know, but that was what he was up to. And then, eventually, though, somehow or other, during the mid-'80s, George becomes acquainted with Jeff Lynne of Electric Light Orchestra. And this involves a little bit of rearranging in timeline stuff to make this work totally successfully. But George becomes friends with Jeff Lynne, and they also mutually become friends with people like Tom Petty and Roy Orbison. And George introduces Jeff Lynne to Bob Dylan, and they go off and they do the Traveling Wilburys, and it's awesome! Woo. Because the Traveling Wilburys is just fun. It's just a bunch of humongously talented people just having fun in middle age and adulthood, and Jeff Lynne is later going to, now that he is becoming friends with Tom Petty, he's going to go make Full Moon Fever and Free Fallin', and everyone loves Free Fallin'.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
Yeah. But then the success of the Traveling Wilburys does inspire George to be like, you know, what if Jeff Lynne's always made records that sound pretty Beatle-y? Like Electric Light Orchestra were unabashed in how much they liked themselves, the Beatles. And I'm becoming friends of Jeff Lynne now. Maybe... And Jeff Lynne's like our age and like sort of a younger, fresher talent than like George Martin, who was like, you know, much older than the rest of the Beatles. What if, like, we brought in Jeff Lynne into the Beatle fold? What would happen then? Could be interesting. And so George makes the steps forward. He says to Paul and Ringo, hey, you know, what if we, like, got back together again, but with Jeff, like, helping out instrumentally and in production and stuff like that? And they go, well, we're willing to try it. And what we get out of that is Cloud 9, which is recorded from January 1987 into January 1989. So it takes about 2 years to make, but is the start of, I would say, Act 4 of the Beatles' career, which is that from this point forward, instead of trying to maintain a career or be like keeping up with like everything that's going on around them, from this point forward, the Beatles are going to make an album when they feel like making an album. It's not going to be like every year or every 2 years there's a new Beatles album on the market. It's going to be like, occasionally we're just going to hang out in the studio and knock out some tracks. And that's just going to be what we do. And because of that, we start getting a lot of pretty top-tier stuff, like Cloud 9, which I will say, as an album, has definitely, production-wise, dated. It sounds like an album that was made in the late 80s, but put next to a lot of other big comeback albums of the time, like Lou Reed's New York, or Bob Dylan's Oh Mercy, or Tom Petty's Full Moon Fever, or even the B-52's Cosmic Thing. In the late 80s, and I guess to a degree the Beach Boys of Kokomo, though I don't like Kokomo, and that was like the Mike Love era. But that's sort of like late 80s boomer, like, comeback wave. The Beatles definitely get caught up on that, and Cloud 9 is definitely a part of that tapestry, I guess might be the word for it. We definitely have a lot of good stuff on here. We've got My Brave Face from Paul. We've got When We Was Fab from George. We got Ringo's Weight of the World, which is a sign, too, that by the end of the decade, Ringo starts taking active steps to clean up his act, and it means that Ringo's back in the fold. He's now partying healthily. He's not having as hard a go of it anymore, and he's on his way to recovery. It also then leads to, by the end of the album, we get a little cover of Got My Mind Set on You, which becomes the final #1 single put out by any of the Beatles. So their final #1 is on this album, and this song is just 6 words long. But
it's gonna take some money.
You gotta take some money.
You know, the funny thing about this song in particular is that for the longest time I didn't know who sang it, and I thought to myself, I hate this song so much. Whoever made this song, I don't like them. And then I finally caved and was like, who the fuck sings... What? Now I feel bad, but like, what?
It's definitely... Here's the thing that gets people... This is what I always feel a little bit people miss about George's version of Got My Mind Set on You, because it's a cover. And the original version is more fully formed than what we get from George. But the thing
I should also mention that, like, the first time I really heard it was when I was working at a miniature golf course that would play this song on loudspeakers.
Oh dear, yeah.
So
no,
like,
that's not
it's
the way to
echoey. It's the least optimal positions to hear it.
Yeah, the drums effect of the
like, I couldn't tell what the words were for the longest time, and it was annoying the hell out of me.
No, that's
like,
very fair. But I will say, the thing that people say when they make the joke of, oh, this song is just 6 words long, and George just made it repetitive to excess. The thing that I think people overlook is that he recorded it as a mantra. He did what he did with My Sweet Lord and turned it into a mantra, because that's the George Harrison way. He likes himself his mantra. So he took an old R&B song and then turned it into a mantra that you would chant the same way you would Hare Krishna. That's the point of why he interpreted it that way. I can get, though, why if you don't appreciate that or you don't go along with that stuff, then it can be obnoxious and annoying. Both sides are valid. But that's something that people always overlook about his version of Got My Mind Set on You. But either way, it's the final #1 song from the Beatles. And
I'd say in times like this, I can appreciate the song at least.
Yeah.
But I am reminded of, like, these times where I would just sit in a room and be like, what am I listening to? And I'd say it's a lot like... I'm trying to think of a good example of how I felt whenever, like, my first experiences with this song came up. I think the best way of saying it would be, like, it's kind of like whenever somebody slowly decides to make, like, a joke that you've heard so many times. Like one of those jokes you'd hear in middle school. Like, if someone was like, hey, you lost the game, you know? Which, yeah.
I never understood that. People made it all the time. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I guess a better example would be every time that I made, like, an Among Us burger joke last night.
You didn't make that many.
Still got some strong responses.
You went overboard on the lobster.
You know what? No, I didn't. I created a rich fiction that I will explore further.
Sure.
Yes, I will.
Sure, that's the word for it. Rich fiction.
Yes, very rich.
My. Anyway.
Say.
So Cloud9 does well. It's a fuller comeback than Double Fantasy. And sort of establishes that, hey, actually, the Beatles can't actually do it without John a little bit. At the very least, it's enjoyable. And simultaneous to that, then an idea hits. You know what? Why don't we go on tour for the first time since literally 1966? Because they haven't toured at all. They did a couple of one-off concerts with John, but, like, they haven't toured since 1966. And they go on a massive world tour that stretches for multiple years. And they play pretty much the entire globe. They play America. They play Germany. They play France. They play Spain. They play Japan. They play the scattered remains of England. And they eventually...
Which is none of it.
Which is none of it. And they eventually come out with Beatles Are Live, a 3-CD live set. It is 3 hours long, and I will admit that I have not listened to all of it, because it is 3 hours long. And
I will say this.
Yes?
They cut out the banter, and I wish they didn't.
Yeah, I will say that is an issue with this record, is that if any of you have had the pleasure of seeing either Paul or Ringo live, I'm assuming none of you saw George live, because in our timeline, he did not tour often. But if any of you have had the benefit of seeing Paul and Ringo live, a good half of the fun of that show is that they're very personable on stage. They're very just, like, calm and, like, sort of, yeah, we're having fun. You like these songs, and I know you like these songs. And I'm going to play these songs because you like them, and so do I. Like, that's the whole vibe that we get from the Beatles on stage. Beatles Are Live does pretty much cut out the banter and just, like, here's the songs. And to their credit, the Beatles do a 3-hour-long live show, and they got a lot of songs that are very good songs. But like most of the rock bands of their generation, I feel, listening to Beatles Are Live, it's a very clinical live album experience. It is very much the work of people who are professionals, and it sounds like professional. Which is to say that those kind of rough edges, or the little, like, sort of sloppy bits that make live albums fun to listen to,
they've been sanded down.
They're not there. And what you're getting is essentially re-recordings of these classic songs, just in a more showbizy, slick aspect, which I don't think is ever the best way to listen to those songs. But at the same time, it was a very massive world tour, and they played to a lot of people for a lot of years and made them all very, very happy. And
I think I'm listening to If I Needed Someone right now, and I think that is a very good example of it, comparing it to, like, the original version. George is a much more, like, smooth voice in this.
In the live version or in the Rubber Soul version?
The live version. Like, he is just doing a lot of things with his voice that you don't hear in the original version.
Yeah.
And I think that it doesn't give the same vibe for that reason. It's a good song still, but it's like it's a little uncanny to listen to if you're just too used to the original.
It's a bit distant. It's a bit of a distant experience, but at the same time, like I said, they made a lot of people happy. And then at this moment, right at the tail end of this humongous world tour that the Beatles are engaged on, Neil Aspinall, their road manager and the current working head of Apple Corps, their company, says to them, hey, I've had this documentary project sitting on the shelf since like 1971. You want to like help me finally finish this? And so for the next couple of years, the Beatles begin work on the Beatles Anthology project, which I have right here with me.
I gotta go. Hold on. Wait, you're not even going to see it. I have it as well.
Yes. This
But
is
it's in another room.
Yes, but they work on this humongously long 8-episode docu-series about the first 10 years of their existence. And it's an entertaining listen. It's an entertaining watch. A bit maybe too democratic and a bit maybe too run by committee. There's definitely a lot of stories about the Beatles that are not touched upon in this because they would bring up disagreements. But I still say, as a good sort of resource of like looking at concert footage and music videos and stuff, it's a pleasant enough viewing. But it is an expansive project, and the Beatles put their all into it, and it takes up a lot of their time in the 90s. But in doing so, they actually are then given by Yoko. They are gifted for the project 2 unheard Lennon demos that he recorded around Double Fantasy time or right before Double Fantasy time. And Yoko's like, hey, here's these 2 songs of John's. I think you could probably do something cool with them. And so, inspired by the work they do on those 2 songs, the Paul, George, and Ringo go into the studio with Jeff Lynne once again, and over the course of the 90s, they craft Free as a Bird, which I am pretty safely able to say is a late career masterpiece. It is shockingly good. For this late in the game, I would honestly put Free as a Bird up there with, at the very least, their early 70s material. I still don't know if I would say, it's up there with the 60s stuff, but it's definitely, I would say, their strongest album since probably Band on the Run. And maybe even their strongest album since Imagine. And it just is like a very collaborative, cooperative experience. It's just the work of, like, a bunch of professionals at the top of their game. They're in middle age, but they're content with that, and they just make a very good, like, nostalgic record that's also forward-looking and isn't held down too much in the past, and also they find a way to bring John back into the fold for a little bit, and we get, like, the bookending classics of Free as a Bird and Real Love. I mean, like, Real Love is, like, a modern-day Beatles standard, you know? Like, it's a goodie. And it also is a great showcase for George, who's got classic songs on there like Any Road and Rising Sun. And Paul is like at the top of his game too, with tracks like Little Willow and Beautiful Night and Calico Skies, which is gorgeous. And The World Tonight, song we were singing. It's a good album. And it's one of the strongest Beatles albums that had been made in the past 20 years. But unfortunately, any possible momentum that they could take into potentially touring behind this record and making another one quickly in its stead is beset by a lot of problems. And once again, we must sadly bring the mood down with some tragedies which occur pretty swiftly after the finishing of the Free as a Bird album. Any plans to potentially tour behind the Free as a Bird album and do another big set of live shows like they did at the end of the 80s and the start of the 90s is immediately called off when both Linda McCartney and George Harrison both discover that they both have different forms of cancer and they need to seek treatment for this. George undergoes treatment for throat cancer. Linda undergoes treatment for breast cancer. Unfortunately for Linda, it's caught too late in the game, and she passes away in 1998. Now, George initially actually goes into remission from his throat cancer, And at first it looks like things are going to be okay for him until literally New Year's Eve 1999, until literally the millennium, when an intruder breaks into his house and he is stabbed. And then he recovers from his stabbing only to discover that the cancer has metastasized to his brain. And then he passes away in November of 2001. And with all of that happening over the course of a couple of years, for Paul and Ringo, once again, that's it. They're not going forward. Eric Clapton puts together a tribute concert for George in November of 2002, and Ringo and Paul take part in that one. But beyond that, the plans of doing anything Beatles related in the near future are just, they're not thinking of that at the moment. And Paul goes on and makes a string of solo albums, does a couple of tours. Ringo goes on, does a string of solo albums and a couple of tours. And Beatles stuff is pretty much on the back burner. It's kept alive by the One compilation, which is a collection of all of their number one hit singles in the UK and the US. And that does tremendous sales figures, and I think actually ends up garnering the Guinness Book of World Records as the fastest selling album of the 2000s. It does humongous numbers. And Cirque du Soleil keeps the legacy alive with their special show Love, which is a very fun show to see. I saw it a couple of years ago, and it was very, very fun and enjoyable. And that's sort of so the Beatles are now they're a legacy act now. They're very much confined to legacy content. And then around 2008, 2009, Paul is working on an album that's sort of like a sort of jam record with the producer Youth, whom he's collaborated with before on a series of electronica albums under the moniker of The Fireman. And this time, though, they're not doing it nearly as electronic as before. They're just sort of doing a more psychedelic kind of experimental record. And he calls up Ringo to be like, hey, do you want to drum on this? And Ringo's like, yeah, sure, why not? I'll come down. And so in 2008, we get Singularity, recorded in 2008 and 2009, produced by Youth, and is the first album of the now current lineup of the Beatles of just Paul and Ringo. And this is where we really get into contention of if you want to count these. But they count for me.
Yeah.
Singularity is an okay album. It's not one of the greatest things ever, and it ends up actually accidentally getting kind of ignored and lost in the shuffle, because right around the same time they release it, a giant reissue campaign of the Beatles' previous albums happens on September 9th of 2009. So on the same day, you have this humongous remastering of all their old stuff, plus the release of Beatles Rock Band, which is absolutely an important part of the Beatles' legacy and cannot be
really
ignored.
Is. Much bigger in this world.
Much bigger in this world. Actually, Beatles Rock Band, I can only imagine what the Beatles Rock Band video game is like in this alternate timeline.
Yeah. Also, I wonder how video games are in that world, because Rare doesn't exist.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there's probably a good handful of studios that don't exist, but that's the first one that comes to mind.
Ooh, don't let Riley know about this. I don't know what she would do without Banjo and Kazooie.
Yeah.
But that basically what?
I was going to say also Donkey Kong Country doesn't exist now.
Donkey Kong Country doesn't exist. I mean, Donkey Kong would have existed, just not the country.
He does,
games.
but not modern Donkey Kong.
Not modern Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
What you gonna do about that?
Regular Donkey Kong would exist.
Then we get DK Jr. back in the fray.
Yeah. Get a monkey in a singlet. There we go.
There we go. So Singularity does its thing. It's okay. It's not that tremendously groundbreaking a listen, but as a set of songs from Paul and Ringo, it's pleasant enough. It'll do. It doesn't make any major waves. It gets lost in the shuffle behind a massive reissue campaign. But it was fun to make, and it is the first new Beatles material people have heard in 10 years, so it's nice for that. A couple months before it's released, though, Shea Stadium, the grand venue where the Beatles ushered in the era of arena rock, is torn down, is torn asunder, and replaced with Citi Field Stadium. Very corporate name, but that's how it goes in sports nowadays, I guess. And so, who is to open the new baseball stadium for music and live performance? It's got to be them Beatles, doesn't it? And so, in the summer of 2009, we get Good Evening New York City, which is recorded between the dates of 17 and the 21st of July 2009. It's a 2 CD set, and it's just a set of Paul and Ringo opening up Citi Field and playing all the hits that people love. I will say that this is... If you want a general idea of what it's like to go and watch Paul and Ringo live shows today, it's a pretty good document. I'd say that this pretty much is a pretty good representation of what it's like to actually go see Paul McCartney live or Ringo Starr live. And there's not much to be said about it. It's decent enough. Oh, I guess Billy Joel shows up at the end of the concert to guest on I Saw Her Standing There, because Billy Joel closed Shea Stadium, and Paul guested at that show, so now the Beatles are opening Citi Field, and Billy Joel is guesting there. So if
That's only fair.
So if you like Billy Joel, that's the album
Billy
for you.
Joel?
Do you like Billy Joel? I don't mind Billy Joel. I like his
cool.
I like his 70s albums. I've never been into the Christy Brinkley years. When it gets to Uptown Girl, I'm like, no.
Yeah, it's
Change
a
the
little
station.
much.
I get it. You're doing a Frankie Valli impression. I don't like Frankie Valli. Like,
Understandable.
so I was just like, switch the station. But still, beside that though, the Beatles end up spending most of the 2010s mainly as a touring vehicle. Not a lot of records come out during the past 10 years. Like, Singularity comes out like in 2009, and is pretty much the final statement. It's like a one-off, like, hey, we did this, and it's cool. But beyond that, the Beatles' activity that occurs throughout the majority of the 2010s is pretty much strictly relegated to just doing big touring stuff. They become a live act and a touring vehicle for the past decade. But eventually they decide, hey, we've been touring nonstop for like the past 7 years. Maybe we should like get some new material in the works. So I don't know who calls who, but somehow or other they meet up with Grammy producer Greg Kurstin. He's just hot off the heels of Adele's 25 album, and they make Egypt Station, which I'm a throw this out there. I think this record's kind of bullshit. Mainly on Paul's end. I think Ringo gave it his best, and I think that these are some of his better late career selections. But like Paul, I don't know what he was on, because like the album he made before that, like his solo 2013 new album, I thought was really, really good. And then on Egypt Station, he gives us "For You." And like, why did he do that? Why do you make a song that sounds like Imagine Dragons? I don't want McCartney sounding like Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
But there's still interesting stuff on it. There's like the song I Don't Know is kind of cool. Who Cares is a groovy anti-bullying jam. Happy With You is a nice little acoustic ditty. Despite Repeated Warnings is very clearly Paul McCartney saying fuck Trump.
Very easy thing to do.
Yeah, he tries to skirt around it in interviews. He's like, oh, no, that's about people in government who won't acknowledge climate change. And, you know, people say, hey, the planet's getting hotter. And they go, oh, no, it isn't. But, like, it's pretty obvious it's about Trump. And Hunt You Down and Naked Sea Lake is just a nice little trifecta. It is. There's moments on Egypt Station, but I've listened over this record a lot as I was piecing it together, and I will say Egypt Station was the first Beatles album I made like as the records were coming out, and I was like, I remember hearing Ringo's stuff first, and I was like, ooh, this could be really good if Paul really brings his A game, and I think he brought his B- game.
Yeah.
Which is disappointing. But because of good marketing campaigns, the album ends up being a humongous success. It actually becomes the Beatles' first #1 album since Moondogs in 1982. Because Cloud 9 did not make it to #1. Got My Mind Set on You made it to #1, but Cloud 9 did not. But Egypt Station becomes the Beatles' first #1 album since 1982. And I chalked that up mainly to two things. I chalked that up to Paul McCartney doing carpool karaoke. And I chalked that up to Paul and Ringo doing a YouTube live concert that was streamed for free and was available for ages and was on the top of the YouTube trending page for like a couple weeks. And I think because of those two elements, literally everyone of our age and younger or older who wasn't already a Beatles fan had a collective brainwave of, oh yeah, this guy writes good music. And being so sold on the fact that this is guy who writes a lot of good music, they all just went and bought the new album. That's honestly my critique of just the Paul McCartney Egypt Station album in general, but And then they go on tour again. They go on tour throughout 2018 and 2019, and there's tentative plans that they're going to continue their tour last year, and then whoops, it's March.
Whoa!
Alternate timeline and real timeline.
Someone got something wrong.
Looks like our alternate timeline and current timeline are coalescing. Unfortunate. So
England's still gone, so maybe it might be better.
Maybe it might be better, but also there's still a lot of widespread death because of pandemics. And so yeah, the time unbreak. And so because of that,
the time slightly mend.
The time slight mend. And so because
the slight mending of time.
And so because it's now March 2020, all plans to tour are done and over with, and now we find ourselves in a situation where they can't tour and play live anymore. What are they gonna do? How can Paul and Ringo continue to be the Beatles in a world where it's not safe for them to be in the same room?
Hey Ringo, I found this program. It's called Zoom.
And
pretty simple. Just click in, you'll get there.
And once they discover Zoom, we get When Winter Comes, which they record in social distanced isolation between the most of the months of 2020, with a little extra track from the Free as a Bird sessions tagged on at the end. I will say this album is definitely a step above Egypt Station. I don't know if it racks up there with Free as a Bird, but it's definitely got a lot of decent stuff on it.
Can't believe they dropped the.
Yeah. For what it's
just Beatles.
Just Beatles. This is. I made this. This came out like last year. This album is only a couple months old, y'all. That's how fresh and up to date this stream is. And I will say, unofficially, for me personally, I think I'm probably going to end my fake Beatle albums thing here. I think that this is probably going to be the last one. If Paul or Ringo ever guest on another one of their records again, then maybe I might do one, but I think this is probably where the alternate timeline story stops. But it's a good record, I'd say. It's definitely, if you want to know what a Beatles record in 2020, 2021 sounds like, this is the record that reveals it. And It's a pleasant enough listen. It does feel to me like it's the end of the road, but we'll see what happens. The current philosophy that has to be understood with how I put together these fake Beatle albums is there's a very important prerequisite, which is that I only put these together whenever there's a stretch of albums where all the Beatles are playing on each other's records, because that helps the illusion. So, like, Ringo played on George's All Things Must Pass. Ringo played on John's Plastic Ono Band. George played on John's Imagine album. All four of them played on Ringo's solo album. In fact, the only person who ever didn't get the other three to guest on a lot of his albums was Paul. So, like, but because Ringo and George and John kept guesting on each other's albums, that's why in the early 70s you had this, like, very intense stretch of records, and then after John dies, it's more like, whenever we feel like it kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But because of that, what it means is the status has been, like I said before, pretty much it's like every 10 years or so we get new Beatles stuff. So, like, we got the Cloud 9 album at the end of the 80s, the Free as a Bird album at the end of the 90s, the Singularity album at the end of the 20-aughts, and then initially Egypt Station at the end of the 2010s, and now we got When Winter Comes at the start of the 2020s. That says to me, we did this in socialization, social distancing in pandemic, because, I mean, we just gotta be blunt here, people. The 2010s, not good for the classic rock artists. They're going. Mm-hmm. And if I'm being honest with myself, if Paul and Ringo make it to the end of this decade, I will be stunned. I'll be blown away. Mm. They're in their 80s now.
Yeah.
Like, they're old men. And the likelihood of them making a record in the 2030s is pretty slim to marginal. So my feeling is that When Winter Comes is most likely going to stand as the last of the fake Beatles discography. But think on this, though. We've got 31 albums. The official core Beatles discography is 13. We've more than doubled the discography here today.
Yeah. It's a great margin that was brought into this, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
what how do we wrap up a thing like this?
I mean, to be honest, I think the thing that I would want to say, if there were more time, I would definitely say going through this journey has been very interesting. Because, like I had said before, growing up, I was a very big Beatles fan, and I kind of let it drift a bit. Mm-hmm. I didn't really look a lot into past their solo. I mean, here and there, yes. I kept up a bit with John. I kept up a bit with Paul, a bit with George. Not so much with Ringo, just because Liverpool, I Left You. I can't remember if that's the name of the song.
Liverpool 8.
Yeah, Liverpool 8. That one was, for me, was just like, okay. I feel like I got the Ringo experience.
That's pretty much, yeah. Ringo's solo career, we get the impression of what it's about now. If you've heard one Ringo song in the past 20 years, you've heard the majority of them.
Yeah. But also, like, going into it, knowing things that I know, there's a lot of Beatles history we didn't cover.
Oh, yeah, there's tons.
Like, so many things lost in the folds, not just because, you know, it's not relevant to our, like, narrative here. It's just very easy to get lose track of it. I feel like if someone were to watch this stream apropos of, like, knowing things about, like, John Lennon, and, like, they might come away with, like, some ideas about where he was and be a little surprised when they start hearing that he's, like, getting better in life. They might just think it's about drugs and then wonder, like, well, what do they mean when they said that, like, he didn't treat folks right? Like, he did some rather terrible things.
Yep.
And I imagine that, like, with time he came to regret that, and with time he healed those wounds. And that's a cool aspect about this entire exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Like, legitimately, it was great to actually have that catharsis to get to that point of the story.
Yeah.
And I just like that aspect of all of this. It was something that I barely looked into as a kid just because, like, they made some art that I liked, and I looked further, and I kept liking it, and then I drifted. This felt like going back into that, getting to hear it all again for the first time, just enjoying the story, like, oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
And while a lot of it I knew coming, it was just nice to hear it this way.
Yeah. I'll say for me, just because I know the story inwards and outwards, and I've known it for way too long. For me, I will say this, and I can't. It's hard to illustrate it without being able to play the records. And Cleaver might have actually been getting a different kind of experience because she was able to actually go on Spotify.
That also
and
plays
do that.
well into it. I highly suggest if anybody watches the VOD, just as soon as Whitmer brings up an album from the multitude of playlists here, play it as soon as you hear the name of that album. It really enhances this experience.
And I can't do this on Twitch, but when I re-upload this to YouTube, I will try to include links to all the Spotify playlists that I can. I reiterate to you, some of these on Spotify just aren't full or available. Like, for example, The Concert for Bangladesh, I think, is the best Beatles live album. You can't hear it because the John sources and the George and Ringo sources aren't available because... Well, John's because his live album is out of print currently, and George and Ringo because The Concert for Bangladesh is never going to be on Spotify. Never, 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 never. If they put it on Spotify, then people can't buy it, and then the money can't go to the organizations it's supposed to go to. So that is never going to be on streaming. So you might have to then be proactive and get some of these yourself. But I will, in the VOD on YouTube, include links in the description to the playlists, and you can hear them. And they might metamorphosize over time. Like I said, this is an ongoing project again. I don't expect to make a new one from scratch again, just because I kind of am happy with When Winter Comes being the final statement. But I will say from a musical aspect, what was interesting is that for as much as has been said about how post-breakup the Beatles were so acrimonious with each other, and John and Paul in particular were like very estranged and had a strained relationship, and like they just all went off into completely different fields, and went humongously tangential to everything they were doing. When you actually blend it together, it's an interesting exercise. If you blend it together in the right way, even apart, the four of them all would go in the same creative direction anyway, because they're all listening to the same things and picking up the same influences and doing the same stuff. Even apart, they're still together, and that, I think, is a very interesting kind of outlook to have on the story, that these were four people who were so close and grew together in the most, like, extreme of circumstances, that even when they would say to each other, I need a long break away from you, they would still end up doing stuff like the others would, because they just were so in cosmic alignment with each other that if they heard someone doing something, they wanted to do their version of it. And so when you blend the pieces together in a way that like sort of takes the certain elements and pushes away some of the filler bits, not only do I think it's the best way to experience the Beatles solo catalog, because a lot of the rougher, not as impressive solo tracks that aren't as fun to listen to and would have probably gotten pushed to the sideline in a more intensive, democratic jockeying for position, you're getting the best of all the stuff the Beatles did post Abbey Road anyway, and hearing how those four characters grew and evolved and changed over the course of time, to the point where then by the time you get to some of their late stage work, it's not just, oh, here's these like for 20-somethings doing this like crazy stuff that no one can imagine. By the end of it, they're just adults who've grown into adulthood, and they're dedicated to their families, and their music is reflective of them growing with their audience and with the world around them. And it just provides an extra dynamic to it that I think is really cool to check out. So, And with all that being said, thank you all so much for being here. Cleaver, do you want to plug yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Cleaver Bacon. You can find me at most places that you might expect to find a Cleaver Bacon. For example, Twitter. You might find me there at Cleaver Bacon. You'll find me also here on Twitter. Twitch. At Cleaver Bacon there as well. You can also go to cleaverbacon.com. You'll also go to my Twitch because of that. Oh, you know what? Also, I might as well do it. My Tumblr as well. Tomorrow, I'm going to be playing Mario Kart at around noon, and it's going to be open to the audience. Y'all can play with me. I hope that you'll be there and you'll enjoy the times.
And then at 3:30, I just did this. I got to do the whole stream again. We got to go another 4.5 hours.
Here we go.
Woo! Now let me talk about my alternative Genesis discography where Peter Gabriel doesn't leave and it just becomes 75% Peter Gabriel and like 25% Phil Collins. No.
There you go.
That
we
exists.
could talk about Mozart. What if he lived to today?
What if he lived to today? He would say, I'm as old as the mausoleum. Anyway.
I think he would release so many albums that are just 3 notes and be like, I could do that now. I've made all the music.
I made all the music.
My name is Mozart. I make all the music. I invented it.
I invented music, don't you know? But also after Cleaver does her Mario Kart stream at 3:30 p.m. Eastern,
we're doing that thing, huh?
she will be here again. But so will good friends Riley and JB, who will be here to help us do more of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and it's gonna be a fun time, and it's gonna be wild and crazy and wacky, and we're gonna have so many laughs and goofs and gaffs, and it'll be superb.
One might say we're going to have a gas.
But
one might say it will be the goofy time.
And I guess also Saturday I might do some Mario. We'll see. I might do that. I might not because I'm very busy before.
You know what though? I will tell you this for sure. You are going to do it in the time break.
Time break.
The time break.
What about the time break?
And speaking of which,
The time break.
and speaking
It's so bad.
speaking of which, because she was here in chat earlier, we are going to raid Ace, who is playing Minecraft. She's on her starting soon screen right now. And the raid phrase is going to
be good.
The time break wiped out England. That's the raid phrase. Copy one of those. And
Let it come.
thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all, everyone who tuned in to chat. I'm glad that people tuned into this. I know that this is a more idiosyncratic passion project stream, and it was on the longer side, but this is something that I wanted to talk about for a while, and I'm glad I got to share it all with y'all, and I hope you all had a fun time. And I'll see you all.
I did.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
See
Bye
y'all later.
bye.
Goodbye. I'm sorry, England.
I'm less sorry, England.